it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to their hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We are the A, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. Say our name, say our name. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stare down death.
Disrespectful,
That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style was discussing, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
No respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business like it just like home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business back and just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace shows, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as putting in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the you see us.
We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to distance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. We are and we should be joined here shortly if Shabaka can get his technical difficulties together with Shabaka and Corey, our West Coast correspondent. And on the season 6, episode 37, part 3, continuation, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, continuation, part 1. And that is, today is a holiday, Black family, FBA family. That is the Montgomery Brawl, Fade in the Water Day. So we're going to go over that. Then we got FBAs are frustrated with the Democrats, but we still have to practice surgical voting to benefit us. Iran versus U.S. cyber threats to power grid. School shooter Colt Gray's father sent to prison. Great news. Great news. Outsmarting Sundown towns for the family reunion. Racist Mexican disrespects foundational Black Americans and loses everything next. Shout out to the ABK. That's that anti-Black karma. Then we got Mexican Chud, the builder, Copycat, gets immediate wake-up call in Texas. And Tuskegee bans Bonnets and Durags will matter. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News was the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we had yesterday, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so y'all be notified every time we go live. Please make sure y'all join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Put that in the chat so y'all can sub up to that if you haven't already. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora and the local community events, Black events in Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've consistently doing for the past 10 years. And then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. She'll be dropping the RBA either tonight or tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure y'all check out our previous episodes of the Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Genet 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Put both of those links in the chat. Then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, which Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kukizi, 5100. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News and is now doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kukizi out the Bell side, Montbello. Then we got our brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out, Breeze Omega on YouTube. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother who was clowning the hell out of Roly Poly Martin earlier, the Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all check out our brother who's originally from Watts, California, and is now in Houston, Texas. And he actually interviewed me last Friday for the campaign, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got Torian Rain Reloaded, our brother out the DMV, who has been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. So make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. He did the We Fought Back series along with several other series. Make sure y'all sub to him if you haven't already. Then we got Honorable Mentions, Black Alpha Network, who was live yesterday. Afro Elite, who was live earlier. Our sister Lisa Cabrera. Our other sister Vicky Dillard. Our brother Beat Zilla. Our other brother, Sincere Love the Guidance, co-host Nice to Girl. Our sister ZZ Rants. And a slew of other content creators. Jay Dizzle. Water Gods. Great Black Shark. Make sure y'all sub to those channels if you haven't already. Then we got, last turn not least, our brother Black Truth United. Came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the FBA threat database is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Long overdue. And make sure y'all sign that change.org petition if you haven't already. Then we got our Asian ally Michael a petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crime act now. And the link to that Move On petition is in the description. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got our sister Brooke out of NYC, Brooklyn, to be exact, BK. Make sure y'all sub to her channel as well, Brooks with an S. The link is in the description. Also, her call to action website is also in the description. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Chud the Bussy, Chud the Builder. Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. I think he made his goal. Let's help get him closer to it if he hasn't. Then stop Netflix from releasing damaging docu-series about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Mandy Shore for putting that petition together. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition, which is in the description if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. Petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition. It's in the description if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate here in the state of Colorado for House District 8, for State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to the website that Lady Chase put together is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas in human or people activity. And that is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that's politics, that is religion, that's sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas in human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Nibley Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nibley Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got our racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. And the link to our sister's ISIS papers, the colors, keys to the code, or colors to the code is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. So like I said, Black family, this is a holiday, fade in the water day. Several other content creators and New Blacc Media have covered this as well. I have to do it as well. So we're going to play the video. Fair use, fair use. Again, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. So let me find the cue. We already went in on Holy Poly Martin, so we're not going to rehash that. We're going to go straight to the Montgomery Brawl. And shout out to the chairman. And shout out to Aquaman. Along with the rest of the family that got involved. So I'm going to play the footage. Again, fair use. So it's exactly 3 years ago, on this date, the Montgomery Brawl occurred. And what happened was, well, you'll see, if you haven't already. Shout out to Sister Val for tapping in. Who else is in here? James Life Crisis, appreciate you tapping in. And shout out to Mac 285 for tapping in as well. And anybody that's peeking and not speaking.
And he still didn't move with both. Still didn't move with both. Clapping his hand. He's clapping his hand.
Just some time for that.
Oh, yeah. Huh?
Now.
Oh, yeah, the chairman of Montgomery. Shout out there to the chairman. You see, ladies and gentlemen, the chair is a multi-purpose device. You unfold the chair, and you can sit down and rest your ass. You fold up the chair, and you could use it to whoop ass, as what you're about to witness right here. Now, for ass scratching, that's the bosses who think that our people were wrong for. Hey, 17-year-old rock man.
Get up there, young boy. Get up there, young boy. Get up there, young boy.
Yep. Yeah, so they out there fighting Jack Daniels, Beefeater, you know,
We got action,
old man, granddad, fighting a bunch of drunken ass motherfuckers who ordered this ass whooping. They ordered it.
Yep, that was like that.
Well, I'm just drunk. I'm drunk enough to fight pow pain. And the motherfuckers wonder why he got a headache and a towel wrapped around his head the next morning.
Slam though. Did you see him take off in that water?
Yeah, Val, that there was the SOS.
I bet they'll move their riverboat next time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, see, people, what this is here is a case of getting their minds right. You see?
Right.
And then you had that ass scratching, yassa bossing ass Montgomery police chief gonna say our people is wrong for defending themselves.
Yeah. And that cool downstairs.
Yeah. So I bet you these crackers won't get drunk enough to fight the next time. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's gonna let the car just handle that dog.
Yeah. Exactly, Val. Motherfuckers get out here, get drunk enough to fight, and wonder why he got his ass whooped.
Right. It ain't over yet.
Yeah, the day of the Yassa boss is over.
But they should have moved though. They know they in the wrong, so they should have moved. They was over there, they should have moved.
I wanted to see the chairman. Let me see if I can find a video of the chairman.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see the chairman working that motherfucking chair for real. And I don't know what's with this StreamYard, Brother Che, because it keeps saying the browser keeps blocking it.
Whole lot of videos, part 1, part 2, part 3. We have done our best to bring you the facts as they happened. This was in Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, a place called Riverfront, very popular attraction. Security guard was attacked by white males, fought back, and then more. Here it is.
That guy in the white shirt is crew from our little dinner cruise boat who got off our ship to go over there to move that black pontoon boat on his own because those guys who parked there were told not to leave it there and they left it there. So he's just pushing it off. That's funny. Ooh, confrontation with the owner of the boat.
All right, see, so now it's self-defense. And he threw the first punch. Yeah, the chairman getting ready to put in some work. Say they ganged up on him. You see, they ganged up on him. They ganged up on him. You see
I
that?
did not advocate for violence. It was a fight between two individuals.
Fuck that, man. Motherfucker getting bum rushed like that, he could defend himself by any means necessary. Fuck that. All right. Now we're getting ready to shoot some black power right here. There's Aquaman.
That boy swimming his ass over there. That boy finna have that man.
Get him, Aquaman. No, Aquaman getting ready to work with him, Junior.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up? Get him. Now.
Yeah.
Well, we mighty whitey and we drunk shit. We got that false keg with Johnny Walker and Jack Daniels and
yeah, Aquaman.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's Aquaman, Val. And if I was, and there ain't no sense in me lying. If I was to witness that shit, I'd be in a melee too. Ain't no sense in me lying.
The security officer was obviously defending himself. He was attacked and provoked. What happened afterwards was, according to the internet, a mermaid gangster. That's what he's being called.
Aquaman.
Swam in order to even the odds, okay? At a point, it became clear that the individuals were going to remain aggressive. And that's when everybody else, well, they decided to get involved too. Let me give you the background as we have details now. All right, let's put it in the picture. The brawl occurred on the riverfront in Montgomery, Alabama. Now, a friend of mine actually texted me this. She's an NAACP leader. That area that you're looking at was actually a slave port, ironically.
Oh my gosh.
It was a slave port, and people locally are well aware of the history of that area known as Riverfront.
Okay.
It went viral on Sunday night. The mayor has reacted, vows justice will prevail. Montgomery Mayor Stephen L. Reed said in a statement Sunday that several people involved in the fighting Saturday evening have now been detained.
To hell with you, Stephen.
Justice will be served, end quote. Reed indicated that the man from the riverboat was attacked and that those who committed violence against him would face justice. Quote, the Montgomery Police Department acted swiftly to detain several reckless individuals for attacking a man who was doing his job, he said. Police told WSFA that the fight was reported at about 7 p.m. Saturday. So it looks as if, at least right now, the narrative is correct.
Show the part one.
The mayor is aware of the proper narrative, that the individual, we see clearly, the video, the security officer was attacked. It was unprovoked, and those who have been detained should be the ones who attacked them. We do not have the official names as of yet. I do expect those names to come out this week. But once again,
we got two
violence that did not have to happen, perpetrated by individuals who, in my opinion, what they did because they didn't like who he was more so than what he was doing. All right, Jeff, thoughts?
That hat toss was the physical equivalent of black people screaming and hooty hoo and everybody coming running. Look, hey, some background here. On July 7th, 1911, an African-American man named Nathaniel Alexander of Lynchburg, Virginia, patented a folding chair. According to his patent, Nathaniel Alexander designed his chair to be used in schools, churches, and auditoriums. Apparently, folding chair was used in this fight too, but we didn't see it in the video footage. It's all good.
It just goes to show that it is a multi
swimming across the water in order to help in that situation. I started screaming anything is possible, like KG after he won his championship. This was the funniest day on Black Twitter since the N-word Navy from Yahoo Finance a couple of years ago. This was a whole lot. I hope justice is served because, as we know from American history, had nobody stepped in and helped, possibly this could have been a lynching.
Yeah. And I want to remind everyone of the law in Alabama. Okay.
That's your boy.
You can fight somebody in self-defense, and you can engage in physical combat in the defense of others. It is in the Alabama statute.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I didn't know that.
I'm trying to find the full video. I want to see the chairman put in some work.
Back here now, the mayor of Montgomery, Alabama, is promising justice after an ugly brawl at the city's riverfront park. Video of the incident appears to show that a group of boaters had docked in a spot reserved for a river boat. And when a crew member tried to move their boat, things turned physical, others jumping in to help. Here's ABC's Steve Osunsami.
The fight that broke out here in Montgomery, Alabama is being celebrated tonight all over the internet for the way police responded and for the way that black eyewitnesses came to this dock workers' rescue.
Those guys who parked there were told not to leave it there, and they left it there.
Witnesses say it started when this crew member in the white uniform tried moving a boat that the owners had parked in this spot. He was trying to make room for a river boat that was on the way in. That's when a shirtless man came to confront the dock worker, and then his friends came out. And then one of them got violent, beating the crew member. In seconds, there were several people outnumbering him, and this one
so therefore that's
while he was down.
When the first
at least
punches were thrown, we
5 to 1.
we just felt so helpless for that man. Like, there's 5 or 6 of them on him.
But all of a sudden, black eyewitnesses who were watching decided it was time to help the man who was being beaten, running, even swimming up to the scene, beating back on the people who attacked the man. Police came in minutes, and according to Montgomery's mayor, detained several reckless individuals for attacking a man who was doing his job.
We were
Police say they have 4
drunk, we had Jack Daniel give that false
and that there could be
courage.
more once they finish looking at this.
That was an epic stomp, right?
That was an
That
epic
was
stomp.
Kurt Franklin stomp. You hear me? Like,
He said, "Get off of him."
Now that's black unity.
I want to see
beating back.
Now
on the
that's
people
black
who attacked
power.
the man. Police came in minutes, and according to Montgomery's mayor, detained several reckless individuals for attacking a man who was doing his job.
Police say they have 4 active warrants out so far.
Where is the chairman? I want to see the chairman.
Yeah, I want to see how many of them got convicted.
none of them, remember?
Remember that none of them got convicted, Sabaka.
Yeah, I'm talking about the crackers who started it.
None of them.
None of them. They gave them like slaps on the wrist. Let's see. A warrants issued. It said arrest warrants issued. That's it. Fourth arrest and new details. I want to see the chairman. Where the hell is the chairman? They keep editing out the part with the chairman. I'm missing this one.
Footage of this fight went viral after witnesses say a boat owner started to attack a man over a blocked boat. More and more people got involved as the brawl escalated, with chairs being used and people thrown into the water. Some involved were detained. Footage of this fight went viral after witnesses say a boat owner started to attack a man over a blocked boat. More and more people got involved as the brawl escalated, with chairs being used and people thrown into the water. Some involved were detained. Footage of this fight went viral after witnesses say a boat owner started to attack a man over a blocked boat. More and more people got involved as the brawl escalated, with chairs being used and people thrown into the water. Some involved were detained. Footage of this fight went viral after witnesses say a boat owner started to attack a man over a blocked boat. More and more people got involved as the brawl escalated, with chairs being used and people thrown into the water. Some involved were detained. Footage of this fight went...
It's like repeating itself. I want to see the chairman.
Right.
That was the best part. Was to start repeating.
No, I want to see the chairman start whooping that ass with that chair. See, people, the folding chair is a multi-purposeful device. You could sit down in it and rest your ass, or you could fold it up to use it to whoop ass. Great invention.
Right. Damn, so many videos. Hopefully this is it.
This is breaking news.
Tonight, we're following breaking news near Montgomery's Riverfront Park. A fight beside the river has led to multiple arrests. Welcome to the news at 10. I'm Brady Talbert. A viewer sent us this video, which shows the fight just feet from water. A witness claims it started because a pontoon boat was blocking the dock where a riverboat was trying to park. You can see more people jumping in as that fight played out. Well, soon after, Montgomery police arrived at the scene. They say a large group of people were involved in this brawl. Our crew saw people in handcuffs. MPD says several people have been detained and any charges are pending tonight. MPD told us about this time
like
just
a bunch
in the
of false
past hour.
arrests
We're
to
going to keep
me.
you updated on this developing story.
Here we go.
I'm mighty whitey and I'm full of my Jack Daniels. I got false curve. And me and old granddad decide we're gonna put these colored folk in a place. Stupid motherfuckers.
Here.
I wonder how many of my distant relatives were involved in this.
I think they were. Man.
Yeah.
Get him off the main.
And we're rolling, 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 rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Work with him, Junior. Whoop that ass.
Right.
No, drunken ass crackers.
She whooped her ass. She better put her in the water.
In the water. Yeah. Now what? Yeah, that's what I want to see here. Come on here. In the chair.
Oops, upside the head. Say oops upside the head. Say oops upside the head. Say oops upside it. There's the chairman. Look at boy, the chairman putting in some work like a motherfucker. And look at the black police up there arresting the chairman, but they ain't putting out one hand on these crackers.
Yeah.
Yeah, drunk enough to fight. Yeah. Yeah, drunk enough to fight. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they end up jumping him.
Yeah. Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
We got action, baby.
Yeah.
He ain't finna do nothing. Arrest that ass. Oh, Lord. Jump on that man.
Yeah.
They ready. Oh, they ready. Big boy bumping like good gas. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Red back ass. Man, they couldn't do that with that man. They jumped off. You had to sit on him. Yeah, probably. Why you running, man? I'm scared, man. I'll sleep down there. Like shit, man. Well, that's my butt right there.
Don't get through here.
What the hell? God, these white folks don't need black men that work security. We trying to get on the zipper cycle, the Marriott trying to come through, and the man was telling them to move their boat because the Marriott couldn't dock, so the boat could get off, and everybody on the zipper cycle, we just wait. Why these folks just swung on and jumped on this black man, baby? The crew member that jumped out the Marriott, baby. They whooping ass, baby. Now come up out that boat, baby. They ready to move now. They ready to move now.
You ready to run?
Yeah. What's up?
What's now?
Y'all were talking a minute ago.
Yeah.
Okay, now what's the proper name for the booze crackers? Oh yeah, the booze crackers.
Yeah.
Drunk enough to fight.
That what you get. Oh.
In the water.
Oh, she whooped her ass. She could have put her
In the water.
In the water. Pass ass up. Cause y'all were wrong.
Commentary just as funny as
You some.
Damn, love it. Love it.
He ran, he jumped in the water.
Now tell me, son, how come these black ass police officers out there ain't jumping in on them crackers too?
Getting their ass. Oh, look at the Brawl. The Brawl
Right.
was jumping their ass. Because y'all were wrong for jumping on that black man like that, baby. What y'all thought was going on? They put their ass in the water, y'all.
Yeah.
Boom out! Boom out! Boom out! Boom! Where they ass up? Baby, please. Ooh, ooh. Action. Boom out!
Love it.
Yo. Look at the man that waving. He was the one that got jumped on. Don't cry though. Hello.
Oh, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! He going to jail. They didn't get him a felony. Oh my God!
Y'all listen to Jeremy.
Do all that now.
Now they pay.
Huh?
Two all went in the water.
Which one that throws in the water? And they had kept telling them to move their boat, but the Harriet couldn't dock.
He got on. All these white people, they jumped
on him.
They jumped on him. We were finna beat they up, but when it boat got
So when the boat, when the boat got on, you know, they came on there. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, they started it.
The white guys jumped on the
Yeah, he worked here. He was just telling them to move their personal boat so the Marriott could dock. So we waiting to get on the sipping cycle, and they keep circling around, and they couldn't get off. He moved their damn boat, and that's when they came down there and jumped on the damn man. That's where that came from. What?
Just for a statement. We ain't talking about you, brother.
Yeah, they jumped on him. They shouldn't even be arresting him. They shouldn't even be arresting him. He shouldn't even be arrested. They jumped on him. He wasn't doing shit for his job. And they don't need to cry now because you were jumping on them too, baby.
Hey. Said oops upside the head. Say oops upside the head. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Why is she down there crying? Why is she down there crying?
Man, fuck them Brad and Becky's, man.
I wish I would have got that. They go real for him. But that nigga was kissing their ass at first. He was in there like some TV shit. I ain't lying. Yeah, see, other folks look.
Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah. Yeah, I bet them white folks wish they would have had Rocky Balboa with them, which would not have happened, because Balboa was fantasy. Dude. They tased the chairman. And them is black ass police officers doing that.
Going out to the white top right there.
Now, Brother Chud, would this here be a case of drapetomania? So they would call this drapetomania for black folks defending themselves, sir? My.
So we got to see all kinds of angles.
Yes, sir. Great work. Great work. Great work. Outstanding.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Especially when the chairman started whooping ass with that chair.
Oh, yeah. Hey, shout out to the chairman of Montgomery.
Right. What, Ruru? Ruru? Yeah, Ruru. Yep. So earlier that day, Shabaka, there was a hoodoo ritual that was done right there at that very spot. So the spirit.
This morning, arrest warrants have been issued for at least 4 people after.
So when that went down, that was definitely the ancestors. And like they said, that used to be a slave port too.
Yeah.
So yeah, they after around and found out. So we will always remember August 5th, 2023.
Oh, yes, sir.
It was the third year. Keep watching it over and over. Samuel used scripts. They cut out the chairman.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Woo, 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 woo.
Yeah. You know. Oh, yeah, I saw this motherfucker's squatting down with the crack of his ass.
Oh, my gosh. That shit was
disgusting.
Horrible.
Disgusting.
So this is what the mayor had to say.
Back here now, the mayor of Montgomery, Alabama, is promising justice after an Ugly brawl at the city's riverfront park. Video of the incident appears to show that a group of boaters had docked in a spot reserved for a riverboat. And when a crew member tried to move their boat, things turned physical, others jumping in to help. Here's ABC's Steve Osinsami.
The fight that broke out here in Montgomery, Alabama is being celebrated tonight all over the internet for the way police responded and for the way that Black eyewitnesses came to this dock workers' rescue.
Those guys who parked there were told not to leave it there, and they left it there.
Witnesses say it started when this crew member in the white uniform tried moving a boat that the owners had parked in this spot. He was trying to make room for a riverboat that was on the way in. That's when a shirtless man came to confront the dock worker, and then his friends came out, and then one of them got violent, beating the crew member. In seconds, there were several people outnumbering him, and this woman even seen kicking him while he was down.
When the first punches were thrown, you just felt so helpless for that man. Like, there's 5 or 6 of them on him.
But all of a sudden, Black eyewitnesses who were watching decided it was time to help the man who was being beaten, running, even swimming up to the scene, beating back on the people who attacked the man. Police came in minutes, according to Montgomery's mayor, detained several reckless individuals for attacking a man who was doing his job.
Police say they have 4 active warrants out so far and that there could be more once they finish looking at this videotape. They also say that the fighting, and they mean all of the fighting, was intolerable. Mary?
Yeah, hard to watch, Steve. Thank you.
So Black people defending themselves
Thanks for checking out the ABC's YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts.
I bet they'll move their boat next time.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is a case of getting their minds right. You see,
this morning, arrest warrants have been issued for at least 4 people after this brawl in Montgomery, Alabama.
The brawl that you just watched a snippet of happened over the weekend on Saturday in Montgomery, Alabama, and authorities have issued arrest warrants following that weekend brawl. Now, before we get to the details on the warrants and the individuals involved in the brawl and how it all ended, why don't we take a look at this?
Lord, I definitely want to listen to them.
Ugh. Exactly.
It's racist as hell.
Yeah, exactly. But just as long, Black family, that we doing this here to each other, we okay. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as we go up here to defend one another against this systemic racism, now all of a sudden, what's the word terrorist they use?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was so cool to watch. I loved watching it. I could watch it over and over and over and
Hey,
over.
man, it's one of my favorite movies now. Motherfucker need to be on Netflix.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I bet they'll move that boat next time.
Yeah, I bet you old Taylor and old Granddad and Jack Daniels, man, and some motherfuckers are sitting up there putting them eye patches on them swollen eyes and getting a foot out the crack of their ass. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
Put them up on the jumbo screen, on the big screen.
Oh,
There
yeah,
they
most
go.
definitely.
A story that's gone viral this week. We're hearing from the co-captain of the Harriet II riverboat, the man at the center of the riverfront brawl. Tonight, WSFA 12 News has obtained copies of the statements he made to police about what happened that day. In the meantime, a 4th arrest has been made in the case. 21-year-old Mary Todd, you see her here on the right. She joins 3 others, all charged with misdemeanor 3rd-degree
Fuck
assault.
Roberts, fuck Todd, fuck shit, man, or shit,
And
man,
according
I'ma
to
call
newly
him.
obtained court records, all 4 suspects are accused of attacking the boat's co-captain, who has been identified as Damian Pickett. Pickett lays out what happened in the moments before, during, and after the fight. Another witness who says her son was attacked, also giving her statement to police. Both people go into detail about their injuries and insults, some of them racial, they say came from the attackers. WSFA 12 News anchor Rosanna Smith brings us those details.
In these court documents, Damian Pickett tells his story of what happened at Montgomery's riverfront. The co-captain of the Harriet II says he received contusions to his rib area and knocked on the back of his head and forehead. He says it was a result of being punched and kicked several times during the brawl caught on camera Saturday night. In Pickett's statement to Montgomery police, he says he was on the riverboat when they noticed a couple boats close to their docking area. They called on the intercom at least 5 or 6 times for a black pontoon boat to move. He says the boaters responded with obscenities, something Police Chief Daryl Albert outlined in his news conference this week.
They were only responded to with obscene gestures, curse words, and taunting.
Pickett says he, along with his deckhand, the 16-year-old victim, got to the dock, and that's where the men confronted him. In his statement to police, Pickett says he told the men he was just doing his job. He says a man fired back that the dock was public. Pickett says eventually the men attacked him. He told officers someone hit him from behind. He tried to defend himself by choking the man in front of him. Pickett says he then remembers another man tackling him. He believes he bit one of them and heard one threaten to kill him. The mother of the 16-year-old deckhand in training who was with Pickett was also on the boat. She gave her statement to police. She heard the men yelling and using racial slurs and mentions of getting a gun. Court documents reveal the 16-year-old was punched in the chest and had bruised ribs. Pickett identified Richard Roberts as the main assailant, Alan Todd as the man who tackled him, and Zachary Shipman as the man who hit and kicked him. All three, along with Mary Todd, face assault charges.
And fuck all three of these inbred
an
motherfuckers.
ongoing investigation. More charges could be coming sometime soon. A lot of people have been asking if this is racially motivated. MPD has been working with the FBI and they do not believe at this time it meets the criteria to be considered.
No, this is exactly why we need an anti-black, anti-FBA hate crime bill.
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother Che. Oh, without a doubt, and then on top of it too, you know, taking it to a little bit of to the extreme, if a couple of them Nabiscos wound up deceased, man, that would have got some more minds right. I hate to say.
Yeah. Uh-oh, that feedback's coming back, Shabaka.
Wow. Okay, what about now?
It sounds good now.
Okay.
Oh, Lord. This coon-ass damn mayor. This the coon-ass mayor that Hancock had a campaign for.
So what's this ass scratcher talking about?
Good afternoon. I'm glad all of you are here today to join us. I want to thank all the members of the City of Montgomery, Montgomery Police Department, Montgomery Fire and Rescue, all of our employees, as well as everyone in our community that has been so helpful regarding the situation that brings us here today. As you all know, we had an unfortunate event to take place over the weekend downtown Montgomery on our riverfront, something that was brought on by reckless individuals who did not use good judgment and caused an event that certainly was avoidable. That said, the police department reacted very swiftly, very intentionally to address the matter, as did other citizens in the community. And so at this time, we wanted to bring forth some information that we did not have as our investigation continues to report to the public. And so I have with me Chief Daryl Albert, the Chief of Montgomery Police Department, who will update you on the status of this event and how things are going in the investigation at this point. But again, we want to thank all the members of the public, all of our first responders, everyone's witnesses bringing forth. So this time I'll turn it over to Chief Albert. Chief.
Good afternoon. Again, Chief Daryl Albert, Montgomery Police Department. Now, I'll kind of lay out the facts as we know them now regarding the incident that took place on Saturday, August 5th, 2023 at 7 p.m. There were several events taking place on our historic river front. Positive feedback regarding a school event hosted by the Montgomery Public Schools and Hyundai was taking place at the amphitheater and nearby train shed. The Harriet II river cruise ship was fully operational, operating from a designated docking space along the river. The Harriet takes passengers on 2-hour tours up and along the Alabama River throughout the day. On this day, there were 227 passengers aboard that vessel. The incident occurred between the co-captain of the Harriet II vessel and a private boat owner and his family. As the Harriet attempted to dock in its designated space, designated and reserved due to the gangway access, as well as the mooring requirements, the private boat was docked in its space, prohibiting safe docking of the Harriet. The captain of the Harriet remained away from the dock for nearly 40 to 45 minutes as they attempted to contact the operators of the private boat via PA system. They were only responded to with obscene gestures, curse words, and taunting. The co-captain was then picked up by a separate vessel and brought to the pier in an attempt to have a conversation with the private boat owners and or have those boats moved so that the Harriet could dock.
Right.
A confrontation ensued between the co-captain and Mr. Pickett, the co-captain, being attacked by several members of the private boat. Several members of the Harriet II came to Mr. Pickett's defense, engaging in what we all have seen since on social media.
Yeah.
I'll give you a timeline as the way the calls came in and the Montgomery Police Department's response. The original call came in at 7 p.m. as a typical disturbance. The caller, who was the captain of the Harriet, was very calm and not in distress. As additional calls were received, at 7:15 p.m., the call was dispatched to the Montgomery Police Department. 7:18, the first units, 4 Montgomery Police Department officers arrived on scene, with 3 shortly thereafter. 13 individuals were detained and brought to police headquarters for questioning and interviews. Those interviews lasted several hours. At that time, all parties involved were released pending further investigation, but were all given instructions on how to secure warrants on combatants. We have since consulted with and are continuing to work with the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, our state police agency, the Montgomery's DA's office, and the local office of the FBI. This investigation is ongoing and more charges are likely. We encourage the public to continue to send us additional videos or evidence relating to this case. Those can be sent to starcenter@montgomeryal.gov or at our secret witness 334-625-4000. The victims in this case, the co-captain, Mr. Damian Pickett, black male, and a 16-year-old white male juvenile who was struck by the owners and operators of the private boat. The suspects thus far have been identified as Richard Roberts, white male, 48 years old, with 2 outstanding warrants for assault, 3rd degree. Alan Todd, white male, 23 years old, 1 warrant for assault, 3rd degree. And Zachary Shipman, white male, 25 years old, 1 warrant for assault, 3rd degree. We have instructed those individuals to turn themselves into law enforcement, and as at this time, 1 is secured and in custody. The other 2 are set to turn themselves in within the next hour. We are also asking for Mr. Reggie Gray, the black male, 42 years old, who was seen wielding that folding chair, to contact the Montgomery Police Department for further interviews and as part of this investigation. As the mayor said a minute ago, this investigation is ongoing and more charges are likely. We want to thank the public and the media for supplying the much needed evidence and video surveillance that we've received, and it helped us to determine the facts as they happen. Keep in mind, when this incident took place, when it initially took place, the police department didn't have the luxury of the videos that we all have seen now. The police department was acting on statements and witness statements that occurred as we arrived. Now that we have more information, again, more charges are pending. I'm available to answer your questions, but that sums up where we are at this time, sir.
Can you identify who has turned themselves in?
Not at this time. We know one individual has turned himself in. He is in the custody of the Selma Police Department. Again, I've worked with the Selma Police Department, and we've been working very closely with Chief Fulford over there, and Chief Fulford contacted me just prior to this press conference to say one individual has turned himself in, and the other two are set to turn themselves in a little bit later. Now, the issue is we had multiple addresses in Selma and in Orange Beach. So locating these individuals were a little bit challenging, but now we've made contact. We should be and will be bringing those individuals here for justice. Sir.
Chief Randy Scott, APTV. Saturday night, there was some video that shows some individuals being led away in handcuffs. Were those folks detained, or were they released a little later after they were detained?
So on the night of the incident, the Montgomery Police Department detained 13 individuals for questioning and for further investigations. Those individuals were transported to police headquarters, in which at that time we were able to gain much needed information we need and provide them with information on how to secure warrants for the information and for the acts that you saw live on TV.
Chief, did you have any details about that conversation that happened with Mike? What words were exchanged? I mean, obviously you guys, dug pretty deep into that part of it. What can you tell us about the resistance to move the boat?
Can you identify yourself? And
Ryan,
thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah. So the co-captain, again, as the co-captain approached the dock and attempted to peacefully move the boat over, just enough so that Harrier could park, the owners of the boat confronted him in a very hostile manner. There was words exchanged, and then it turned into a fistic encounter that you've all seen. So the co-captain was doing his job. He was simply trying to move the boat in just enough to where the cruise ship can park safely in its identified location. However, it quickly escalated into a fistic encounter.
Anything of a racial nature at that point between the people who were at the boat?
So as it relates to racial epithets in conversation and names being called, while the Harrier was still out in the water, there was a lot of, I've seen finger gestures and comments and innuendos made.
All right, now you see how he avoided the question,
when
Shay?
the co-captain approached, that continued. But again, working with the local FBI, we did examine if there was enough to file hate crimes charges on this case. And again, we rely heavily on the advice from the FBI. We've also looked at what it takes to elevate this to a riot or inciting a riot. We've worked with our local district attorney, and it didn't fit the criteria for that. So the charges that we have pending on South 3rd at this time are appropriate charges for what we've seen and the behavior that we've seen on social media.
Chief Rosina Smith with.
Yes, so the 4 warrants that secured are all members of the pontoon boat, and the attack on the co-captain. And there was an attack on a 16-year-old employee of the smaller vessel that took the co-captain from the Harrier
when I was trying
to the
to break
dock.
it up.
That 16-year-old was assaulted by one of those members of that pontoon boat, and his mother actually signed warrants on one of those individuals. That individual was a 16-year-old white male employee of the smaller vessel that was operating in the river at that time as well.
Chief Rosanna Smith with WSFA, could you please provide us with the names of those suspects again and spell them for us? And then are these misdemeanor charges, or what's the ranking of these charges?
Yes, so assault third is misdemeanor charges by statute. And the names of the individuals that's wanted is Richard Roberts, Roberts. He's a white male, 48 years old. He has 2 warrants pending for assault third. Alan Todd, TODD, 23-year-old white male, has 1 warrant pending. And Zachary Shipman, SHIPMAN, white male, 25 years old. He has 1 warrant pending.
Excellent. Also, we've been hearing that there was also possibly previous incidents with these boaters. To MPD's knowledge, was there any previous incidents with these boaters and the riverboat crew?
We have no knowledge at this time that this was something that was continued from prior incidents. This was a standalone incident, again, that was brought to our attention, and we.
Yeah, I was trying to share our episode on Facebook.
Oh, okay. Let me put the link in the private chat for you.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you, we looked at every avenue. There was no stone unturned. We examined this over a period of time, not only that night, but since that night. At this time, based on the way the statutes read and the way the laws are crafted, we were unable to present any inciting a riot or racially biased charges at this time.
Ain't that a bitch? When that's when
that's some bullshit.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, so the smaller vessel I mentioned, in which the co-captain was moved from the Harriet to the dock, was moved by a smaller vessel. A smaller vessel operating independently in the river was able to pick up the co-captain and bring him to the dock so that he could work on moving the boats that were impeding the docking of the Harriet.
Lori from NBC News and Nightly News. Can you tell us which defendant has turned themselves in at this point?
I do not have the information on the defendant that turned himself in. We do know that one has since been taken into custody by Selma PD, and the other 2 are en route to Selma now to turn themselves in. And of course, the Montgomery Police Department will do that transfer of those suspects for to be transported here to the city of Montgomery.
Can you just describe the signage at the dock there? Is there signage saying "Do not park here"? This is riverboat parking only.
So there was no signage at the time. However, the mooring area for the Harriet is well defined by the dock itself, the area that's cordoned off, as well as the large poles that the boat ties off to. And you know, what we do is the Harriet is parked there all the time. That boat is out there all the time. Individuals that utilize that river and that dock are very familiar with where that larger vessel is required to dock because of the mooring that's set up, as well as the gangplank areas that needs to be utilized to get those passengers on and off the vessel.
Will there now signs have to be put there now so it'd be more clear?
Well, I'll say this. There were signs there over a period of time. The signs have either been removed or blown away several times. We are looking at a new strategy to post the signs where they're more permanently attached and affixed.
One more thing. Just everybody keeps asking about this racially. When people see the first video, it looks like there are, 6 white guys beating up on 1 black guy. Can you understand the question?
Somebody's got a post up here.
That's why this department
on Facebook called Happy Chair Team
looked under every stone for answers. And we reached out to not only ourselves internally.
Never forget Happy Chair Team. Well, I'm gonna give this individual a like. And gonna comment and say, damn right.
Yeah, I've seen that earlier too.
Yeah. Love it.
Can you just kind of tell us thoughts and emotions that you both felt watching all this over the past few days?
Well, first of all, this is not indicative of who we are as a city. The city of Montgomery is much better than that. Our people are fine people. We have plenty going on in terms of events. Look, that was a positive event. The Montgomery Public Schools and Hyundai Corporation getting together to do a back to school event. We had the boat operating in the river. We had folks downtown enjoying a good day. That's what we're about here in the city of Montgomery. We're about a good time, enjoying ourselves and being neighborly. So it was quite disturbing that we saw this type of activity happening. And that's why the Montgomery Police Department and all of our partnering agencies got together to make sure we're doing all we can to not only bring this case to a close, but prevent it from happening in the future.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, can you answer this question?
I couldn't say it any better.
I know you mentioned the 16-year-old victim and the co-captain. Were there any other injuries? If so, how severe?
Well, Brother Che,
Well,
you're going to love this comment from this
treatment at a local
person.
hospital the night of the event. That's
In
only,
Chair we trust.
knowledge that we have of anybody receiving any injury or receiving treatment.
And then here's another good one.
do you
Fade
feel could
in the
have
water. Fade
this
in
from
the
getting so out of hand?
water.
Well, you know, we talk about conflict all the time. We talk about that, and it's not
Beautiful
only for
picture,
kids, it's
man,
not
of,
only for
of the
teenagers and
chairman
juveniles.
working a chair,
Everyone
cracking one of
can
these
take advantage.
Nabiscos straight upside his dome. My reply to that is, oops, upside your head. Oops, upside your head. Say, oops, upside your head.
Well, again, we have many, many more interviews to conduct. We're going to ask everyone that we previously interviewed, as well as the videos that we were starting to receive. As we identify additional folks that we need to talk to, we'll ask them to come in, and we'll try to locate them and do further investigation, see if the charges are appropriate. Wait, let's go here and I'll come back to you.
Lift every chair and swing.
We're better than that.
Lift every chair and
we don't want
swing.
this type of activity
Got to like that.
to shed a dark eye on what this
Now that's
is all
original.
about. You know, again, we're going to do all we can, our due diligence, to ensure that this case is solved and put to rest, and that we don't have this type of activity going on in our city again. Sir?
Who was on earlier?
Church.
Oh, okay.
Black Power.
Oh, okay.
The name of who you with? With who?
Okay, so the individual wielding the folding chair has been identified as Mr. Reggie Gray.
Shout out to Reggie Gray.
Black male, 42 years old.
Shout out to Mr. Gray.
Asking Mr. Reggie Gray to contact local law enforcement. There's more interviews and for us to conduct with him, and I'm sure we'll be in contact with him in the very near future. We're asking him to reach out to us within the next 24 hours so we can, again, sort through the issues with the folding chair and with what we all saw on social media as well.
Issues with the folding chair. Fade in the water.
Well, what I'll say to that is anyone involved that has culpability for violating the law is subject to, restrictions in terms of the law. So we're going to go where this investigation leads us. No one's off limits. We'll interview as many as we need. Again, on the night of the incident, we interviewed 13 that we were able to detain and transport to police headquarters. But again, I don't think we're near finished. We have a lot more work to do on this, and we'll continue to inform the public and the media on our progress.
Chief, was there any damage to either the area 2, the dock itself, or any place around that area that will probably have to be replaced with things?
There was no damage reported at this time.
Chief, I've seen some.
Sir?
Jamal Thomas with Sundown magazine. I have a question. Do you have other resources that you need to assist with this investigation, and how well are you working with the city?
Well, great question regarding resources. The Montgomery Police Department is fully functional and able to handle this investigation. We do thank our local, state, and federal partners for their contribution to this investigation. We'll continue to lean on them as needed. Again, I've worked with and been in constant contact with Chief Fulford over in Selma, and we'll continue to do so wherever it takes us. Wherever this investigation takes us and leads us, we'll be in contact with those individuals able to help us.
Chief, I've seen some people say they thought the police should have gotten there sooner. If the first call came in at 7 p.m., why weren't officers there quickly, given that there was that large event already going on?
So the question is about the large event. So the large event that was going on was the amphitheater, again at the train shed, and then a parking lot just outside of the river. So we had officers already assigned to the area. And we talk about the time the call came in versus the time it was dispatched. So the call came in for 7. It wasn't dispatched because of the way the call came in. The riverboat pilot was very calm. He just said it was a disturbance. As more calls came in and the call takers asked more appropriate questions, the call was dispatched at 7:15, and within 3 minutes, the first 4 officers were on scene, and immediately following that, 3 additional officers were on scene, totaling 7. So the response was adequate, was timely, based on the information received from the communication division.
Yeah.
Just one final question, Chief. I don't want to keep going back to this, but what would justify a hate crime if it were to, as she was saying, you know, from the initial, it looks like a Black man being attacked by 5 white people. What would justify that being?
Teresa, what I'll tell you is that based on the elements of this crime, those elements did not exist.
Arraignment for these people who are turning themselves in?
No, I don't. Of course, they'll have their day in court. We're going to be transported from Selma over here to Montgomery, and then they'll face the court system here in the city of Montgomery. So I don't have a timeline for you, but again, we're still waiting on 2 additional subjects to turn themselves in. Again, that's supposed to happen within the hour. So we're waiting on those as well, and then we'll work on the transport from where they are to get them back here in our jurisdiction.
And you all will post the mugshots?
Yes, sir. They'll be posted. They'll be made available to all media.
And once they're transported here, they're already under arrest when they give themselves in Selma, or whichever police station they go to.
Once contact is made with law enforcement, they'll be placed under arrest and provided their Miranda warnings as appropriate.
A question for the mayor, if he's willing. This area landed Montgomery in national news for part of the city that the city was taking great care to try to develop as a tourism.
Oh, they're trying to develop it.
Do you have any concern that this is going to reflect negatively on your
Here come that coon ass mayor.
I don't think you judge any in one incident.
Straight ass
She said
scratching in
before,
Yassa
this is
boss.
not indicative of who we are. As a matter of fact, the people on the pontoon boat are not residents of Montgomery. So I think it's important for us to address this as an isolated incident, one that was avoidable.
Man, that's an insult to my intelligence.
Chose the wrong path of action from the time they were notified that they were in the vicinity of where the Harriet parks to how they responded to when they were given a second notice of that. So this is not indicative of our community at all, and I think people will do this as the action of a few individuals and not characterize the entire community. All right. Well, listen, with that, we want to thank, go ahead. Sure.
And in closing, I just want to, appeal to the public that this incident is isolated. It will be over soon. We're going to continue our investigation until we put this to rest. But make no mistake, our fusion center, our state police, our partnering agencies, we're all paying attention to what's going on. And in terms of any possible retaliatory acts, don't come here with it. We're not going to tolerate it. We will be active, we will be aggressive, and we will not allow this type of behavior in our city. That's the message to the community. And again, thank everyone, thank the public. Please continue to send us those bits and pieces of video that you have out there. We're reviewing each and every one of them for content, and we will utilize those as best needed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what the hell ever. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So our brother Tariq went down to the riverboat.
Mm-hmm.
Boss. So our brother Tariq went down to the riverboat site, and this is what he seen.
All right.
This is where the infamous fade in the water happened. The Montgomery Brawl and there's the white chair. The white chair is still there.
There's a chair out there.
Hell, they ought to declare it a historical landmark.
Fade in the water happened. The Montgomery Brawl and there's the white chair. The white chair is still there.
That's the one that Reggie Gray.
Yeah.
This goes. Alrighty. What are your closing thoughts on the Montgomery Brawl, Sabaka? Sabaka? Oh, damn. I want to ask him. What are your thoughts, Lady Shay?
There's a necessary evil part of Colt summer.
Yeah, yeah. And after round, I found out.
And it's necessary during Black August.
Mm-hmm.
So, if it got work, could have been work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I look forward to Black August, the Colt summer. It was my favorite time of the year. This is my favorite time of the year. And the sheriff incident, the Brawl, was just a little taste.
Yep.
I mean, it was just a little taste. It wasn't even that much. They just made it big. The media blew it up. It was just a little taste. I swear they had a DJ playing in the background.
Yeah.
That was funny.
That was.
Yeah. Whatever.
Okay, Shabaka's back.
Take off the Black summer.
They got drunk enough to fight, and the chair said, oops upside the head. Say oops upside the head. Say oops upside the head. Fade in the water. Fade in the water. Oh, I would have loved that.
I'm gonna take the Nabiscos home.
Hell yeah, I would have loved that, man. Shit, yeah.
So what are you supposed to do with the folding chair, Shabaka?
Hey, man, the folding chair, sir, is a multi-purpose device. You could unfold the chair and rest your ass. You could fold up the chair and whoop some ass. So what we have here, people, is a multi-purpose device for individuals who had a failure to communicate. I bet you they got their goddamn minds right now. Motherfuckers.
Right.
We don't jump on that man like that. And he out there doing his job and up there just tell him, look, man, you can't park here. You see what I'm saying? I'm full of this Jack Dang. I'm gonna go pow ping as he eats 3 of them. Trying to remember what the hell happened, man. They got drunk enough to fight.
Yeah, they did.
Motherfuckers can't hold their liquor, you know? And young man who I appreciate, Aquaman, that was a man after my own heart right there.
Yeah, they arrested Reggie Ray. Oh, why you gonna arrest Reggie Ray? He was defending himself. He used a chair to defend himself against the Nabiscos.
Yeah, right, because he's being attacked by multiple individuals, okay? Now, if he would have had him a staff about the same height and twirled it in properly all directions, man, that full force, man, you would have saw all of them Nabiscos flying in that water as soon as that stick cracked their head. But the brother, he defended himself by any means necessary, which was his right to do so. His life was definitely in danger. And those damn Nabiscos, you probably need to quit drinking that moonshine and go get your money back off that false courage juice that you got. Say, y'all need a refund on that bad. And I'm glad to see them get their asses whipped. That's my ancestral memory because, you know, I had relatives that slaved in Alabama. See, you know what I mean? And that was not a time for can we just all get along. They initiated, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Che, they did a mob attack on that black man.
Yes,
okay. And the black community came to his defense.
Yep.
And you know, and you know, that white privilege, you know what I'm saying? They figured that they're untouchable, but the motherfuckers sure to get touched up that day.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they thought they were untouchable. I'm mighty whitey. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Nabisco said, that's my given right. Okay, Nabisco.
Okay, right. And then as your ass lays up in intensive care, I'm just sorry that black people's tax dollars is paying for the care, you sorry ass. You know what I'm saying? It is your given right, being a cracker, to go up here to assault a man that is simply doing his job. And the cold part about it is, Brother Che, you don't even hear none of the Yasa bosses saying that we was wrong on a collective basis.
No, we was all in unison with this.
Exactly. Now, you remember me discussing on previous episodes implosion versus an explosion?
Yeah.
What you saw right there is that the black community imploded right there from all over, just came together all at once, which is the exact opposite of an explosion. Now, the ones who witnessed the explosion were the ones that got their asses whooped and got beamed and bonged upside the head with that chair. I'm quite sure they got their minds right. You see what I mean?
Right.
And then the cold part about it is, so when these white supremacists, you know, get their little offspring, they need to show them that photograph right there. Actually, it should be mandatory in elementary school. You know, the man is doing his job. Y'all just gonna mob attack him, full of that false courage. You know what I'm saying? And got your asses handed to you. You motherfuckers got, hey, that's what you ordered in your drink.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So happy belated now. Fade in the water day.
Yes,
Shout out
sir.
to the FBAs came together like Voltron, like Black Voltron,
Oh, yeah.
RIP to Black Voltron. Came together like Black Voltron and put hands and feet all over the Nabiscos in a folding chair.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And that there was black unity to the utmost.
I bet they'll move their boat next time.
Oh, man, I doubt it seriously, Brother Che, if them motherfuckers even go to the damn dock, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's funny, Queen.
Yeah, Queen. Yeah, it was funny as hell, and they ordered it, and I ain't got no goddamn sympathy for them fucking Nabiscos at all. Full of that damn false courage, got drunk enough to fight, and got their asses whooped. And I bet you them motherfuckers had some damn headaches today. Oh yeah, they had some hangovers, all right.
We got
Hey,
crew.
Hey, crew. Now me, you, and Che, we would have been in on that work.
Oh yeah,
that's a given. We would have been in on that work.
They had no business jumping on that brother like that.
No, they didn't, man. You know, that's that white privilege. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And Queen says, I just went on my break, but I've been listening to y'all, though. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah, appreciate it. Please share the episode because I'm having technical difficulties out here in Las Vegas. I don't know if it's this heat or what, but there's some hokey going on, you know, with my digital devices, you know. And we was up here, Brother Chad, when I went outside just now to get my cigars, man, we was at about a good pleasant 112 degrees.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yeah.
At 11 o'clock at night?
Yes, sir, because see, what happens is, Brother Chad, as you know, the ground absorbs the heat all day long. And when the sun sets, then the heat, or then the ground kicks the heat back up into the atmosphere.
That means
actually, it's a
17
natural phenomenon, actually, in my opinion.
So what was the high temperature? 117?
Yeah, we was up to about 115, 117 degrees.
Oh, hell no. No, I'm cool.
No, yeah.
115 was good enough for me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then, two people. Now, what we say here on this platform is not hatred, okay? You know, and it's all self-explanatory. They went out there with that privilege, you know what I'm saying? And they thinking that they automatically right because they're white, and I think they got a hell of an education that day there, Brother Che, in race relations, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they definitely
did. I think that, I really think they got educated. Same in Shy, it gets warmer 4 to 7 p.m. than high noon. Yeah, crew, it does. Because I've been in Shy with that. with that shit. Hell, one time I was in the Shy, Brother Che, and it got to raining, and you literally saw the steam coming up off the ground when the sun came back out.
Yep.
Shit, I didn't know which was more foggy, that steam in the Shy or fog in San Francisco.
So, to wrap this up, every August 5th will be Fade in the Water Day.
Fade in the water, fade in the water, boom, pow, ping, ding, 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 ding. I think I made me a little rap right there.
We
Yeah,
celebrate
fade.
this every August 5th, just in time for Black August.
Oh, yes, sir. And this should be celebrated throughout the whole Black community the same way white America celebrates the 4th of their lives.
Right, right. What did they call it? What did you say? Somebody called it the Fade Teen?
Huh?
What they call it? Fade Teen?
Yeah, fade team. Yeah, that's what they called it. Fade team. Chair team. Chair team. Yeah, one sister had up there chair team. You know what I'm saying? I know what I mean. And it was excellent work. And so I'm quite sure that them crackers who went out there and started that bullshit, they started it.
Yeah.
They started it. Our people just finished it.
Yep, sure did. And shout
Yeah,
to
you see what I'm saying? I bet you the motherfuckers will quit drinking that bullshit now. You know?
Yep. Shout out to Aquaman. That swim.
Most definitely. Yeah. Shout out there to that young man. He deserves a medal of valor. He deserves a medal of being a great humanitarian. You know what I'm saying? And what have you?
Uncle Reggie putting in
Oh,
work
yeah.
on the chair.
Oh, yeah. See, and once again, he proved and he emphasized of how the folding chair is a multi-purposeful device.
And
You
shout
could
out to
use it to rest your ass, and you could use it to whoop some ass.
shout out to our FBA brother Nathaniel Alexander for creating the folding chair.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Queen. Yeah, and Queen is up there saying 100. Appreciate it, Queen. Appreciate it. There's never a dull moment here, you know. And the cold part about it is, that police chief, being
Yeah.
black, what he should have been up there should have been more aggressive in saying that we are charging all these individuals for mob violence.
Right.
Now, I don't know what the laws are down in the great state of Alabama, but I know one damn thing. They got their minds right. You see? And then also, too, I don't know if the sister's still alive, Brother Che, over there from Little Rock, Arkansas, the next state over, I believe.
Reggie, Ruby D.
No. Yeah, Little Ruby D. That's right. Little Ruby. Little Ruby, not Little Ruby D. Yeah, let's just say Little Ruby, because you know Ruby D was an actress who was Ozzie Davis's wife.
Yeah.
Ruby Bridges was her name.
Ruby Bridges.
Yeah. Shout out there in the next state near there of Arkansas to Evelyn Ashford, who had put up with all that shit where they spat on her and what have you. You know, the Little Rock Nine, you know. And a shout out to every slave that was down there that used any means necessary to liberate themselves.
Right. So moving on.
Oh, yeah.
I had a field day with this, but we got to get to the other topics.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, the damn Democrats get exposed again. So FBA speak out and expose the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Frustrated with the Democrats.
Right.
Practice surgical voting to benefit us.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one's from Water God and the second one's from Uncle Phil.
All right. Okay.
So we got Jim Bojangles Clybourne. You see Jim Bojangles Clybourne right there.
Ass scratching and Yasha Boston again. Okay.
I'm very pleased to be here today to continue in my efforts to get Haley Stevens elected to the United States Senate. I developed a tremendous amount of respect for her ability.
Okay, switching phones, brother.
But not
Che.
only that, because of her compassion. She understands what it takes to make all those things that are great about this great country accessible and affordable for all of its citizens. I know if she is the nominee, we will keep this seat.
Well, friends, we got an election coming up on August 4th, and how incredibly humbling and inspiring to have my friend, my Democratic leader, Jim Clyburn, here in Detroit, in the Motor City, you know, the heartbeat of automotive country. Jim, I can't thank you enough. I'm not going to let you down.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and to better understand the self. So in this video, y'all, we're going over the destruction and the breakdown of the Democratic Party. All right.
Ozzy Davis.
We seeing that, you know, we knowing more about APAC that's funding a lot of these Black politicians. And I went over this on my channel a lot. They're going after Black politicians for a reason and putting these people in position so they could use the fight of foundational Black Americans. We know that, right? That's why we own No Check, No Vote.
Is not connected.
And it's a lot of cultures that benefit.
Not connected.
Okay, off of using Black trauma, Black pain.
There you are.
And we just tired of, right? And it's with either side, man. We know we want tangibles. If you're not talking tangibles for our community, we don't even want to hear it. Don't even talk to us about vote. Check out some of what people are saying and what's going on right now as far as voting. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm.
Started from Line
I
Blacc.
greatly appreciate that. Without further ado, let's get it.
All these minority groups are organized. Black people get skipped over, and we still suck the dick of this Democrat Party that did it.
You ain't lying.
It's crazy to me.
Blinded, and they still go out and vote.
And then they're going to talk shit to me.
Yep.
I'm sitting here thinking, how much will you take? You're the Uncle Tom. You're shucking and jiving. You're out there waving a Democrat flag. Meanwhile, they're giving money and preferential treatment to every other race of people besides you, but they hang the whole narrative on your identity.
You telling.
And this is what I be saying on my channel. People will call out and say things about people that's calling themselves foundational Black America. And they will say, hey, you guys are tied to the supremacy. And these same people will never say anything about these politicians that's getting paid.
Right.
Knowingly getting paid from supremacy. Like you can fact check this and look at it. This is why I say, you know, anybody that got something bad to say about FBA, they gotta be funded. They gotta be a part of the Democratic movement.
Yep.
Political movement, you know, because I think the politics is the same. It's supposed to be a fight with either one. I don't really think, you know, they work together, in my opinion. Some people don't think so, but I think they work together, right? Officer Tatum is down with the same people as Stephen A. Smith or Charlemagne the God. These people are, you know, getting funded by the same people.
That's why you gotta stay.
Ain't that what the...
You're telling the truth.
Thank you,
bro.
sir.
Keep going,
Another
man.
Black man that understands it. You feel me, right?
Oh, yeah.
It hits you
Oh,
right
yeah.
here because
Oh,
you
yeah.
watched it.
It brings chills to my skin because it's the damnedest of the truth.
Come on, man.
I can't even deflect that truth.
Come on.
I care about people. I care about all races.
We love
but you
y'all.
are telling the truth.
We
man.
love,
I'm
but
You care
why do
about
we-
all
even
races,
believe it.
what's
nigga.
crazy?
You are a threat to my
Beating heart of the
security.
America First movement
Right.
You are
should
a
be
threat to my security.
disdain, the discontent that Black people have for being put last. That's why I'm America first. That's why I'm America first. It ain't got nothing to do with the Republican Party. It has very little to do with President Trump. It has to do with the fact that I grew up in St. Paul, Minnesota, where I watched this NGO, international justification and government scam for federal dollars to be brought down to every other minority group. Meanwhile, they give you gangster rap, and your Black people in the community spend more time shooting and killing each other than they do organizing politically.
Well, it looks like
Well, I hate to
Jewish
disagree
New
with
Yorkers and
you,
New Jersey
brother. You got a
Jews
lot
are
of crackers do
combining
that in their
forces
computers
to
too.
do a mass exit
from the Democratic Party, and they will be registering as
Yeah,
Republicans.
ask Charlie
They're
Kirk.
about to send you guys a message to the Democrats like you've never seen before. You're not going to have any more money from the Jewish donors. Voters are not going to support you guys anymore because they now know that their lives are at stake because the Democratic Party embraces communist socialist candidates, those who want to hurt the Jewish community. And of course, they are anti-American. So be prepared, guys. I don't see this, ending well. I think that this is going to be permanent. I think that they're done with the Democratic Party. Let me know what you guys think.
Now, listen to how some of the Democrats sound and some of the stuff that they fighting over. It'll just make you, scratch your head. Check this out.
Why would you say you support ICE?
Yeah, because they would get rid of these rapists and murderers that killed American women.
So are all of the immigrants that come into America rapists and killers?
Nope.
Oh, okay, so
let's get rid of these ones? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you support ICE removing them?
No. I support the condemnation, as you said, of a rapist. But, there are white rapists, there are black rapists, there are
white immigrant rapists as well.
Okay, but again, there are rapists of different colors.
Why does the color matter when it comes to rape?
You just made it about you just made it.
No, you did.
Color. No, you did. You said
You brought up white rapists.
Okay, because you said that immigrants rape. Right? So white
I didn't say immigrants rape. I said these immigrants raped.
Those immigrants raped. What about white people that raped?
What about them?
Are there no condemnations for them?
Absolutely. We're condemning rape as a whole. But if these people wouldn't have been able to enter under Biden's open border policies, these women would still be alive today.
Right. So what about the people who are coming to America for a better life because they were experienced similar situations where they came from?
Yeah, they can come here for a better life. I'm all for.
I'm not all for that.
No, I'm not all for
because this is the modern day slave trade. These people they're not coming to another country for a better life. This is human trafficking done by the highest. Like, we gotta start saying what it is. They want people, so they're brainwashing people to feel like, hey man, go to this country. Go. This is directed. It's not something that just people are just coming up with and saying. They're keeping these countries in a position so they could be slaves somewhere else. Because people are picking up on their game in these Spain, Europe, and United States. They're not going to be doing those kind of jobs, so they go get the people where they are. The intelligence is not there, so they can't peep this, and they'll just go here and just work for the rest of. They'll work their whole life into these jobs, and the system needs that. I don't know why more people aren't picking up on that and trying to say that they're looking for a better life. I mean, on the surface, it looks like that, but in reality, they're leaving their homeland to go somewhere else, to be in a system that's already manipulating people.
For legal immigration.
Legal immigration. Okay, so what about... Okay, so our president here, his name is Trump. That's a pretty racist man.
How?
How?
Give me an example of his racism.
News.
Give me one example. Just give me one example.
Just watch the news, sweetheart. There are plenty of...
Watch the news, sweetheart. Give me one example that he's racist.
Okay, Trump has flat out... flat with the racism.
How?
Comments, concerns.
What comments? Name one comment that he said that was racist.
Okay.
Because if he's racist, I want to know, because I don't want to support a racist.
So you support Trump?
I do, yeah. Can you tell me why he's racist?
She supports Trump.
So we've been sitting here for nearly a minute now, and she has still yet to tell me one thing that Trump has said that's racist.
Okay, so if we're going to be quite honest, I couldn't give you a specific...
I know, you can't.
Oh, no, I'm not done speaking. I couldn't give you a specific because I don't pay attention to idiocy. And
okay.
That's idiocy.
So if you're going to call someone racist, I think you should be able to prove it.
Watch the news.
Pull up a clip where he's racist. Go ahead.
Oh. Great. I'm so glad you asked.
It must not have been racist enough to remember, because you have to look it up. How do you guys feel about ICE?
Oh, all of these people are
Thumbs up for ICE, thumbs down.
people that are against ICE.
I'm asking people, what's wrong with asking people their opinion?
I didn't say anything.
Did you find the racist clip yet?
Wrong with that. I just said that there were people, majority of them here are against ICE.
How do you know that?
Because I know them.
Okay. Well, he supports ICE.
You support ICE? Which one? You? You support ICE? Oh, okay. I didn't think so.
What does ICE stand for?
Babe.
So you don't support something that you don't even know what it stands for?
Oh, I didn't respond for a reason.
Can you tell me what it stands for?
No, we're gonna go back to the Trump racism.
Right, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to agree with Donald Trump, but on this one, I gotta agree with him. These career politicians.
Man, your drunk ass need to quit drinking that firewater, cat. You all fucked up.
In my congressional
You're not
race,
even in your right mind.
They are really cheating.
They're setting up the cheat right behind me. They're setting up the election department right now. They're setting up the cheat. They are. Watch these videos. Look at what's happening. People are dropping off ballots, and they're going to switch those ballots and feed them into the tabulators. They're going to fill those ballots out. They'll make new ballots. They'll make up people. They are setting up the cheat, but we have a system to detect and determine it. Watch these videos. So how does this work? Excuse me. How does this work? People just come and they drop ballot. Like, how does this work?
Well, you turned your head when you said half of it.
But like, she's dropping a ballot off here?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
This is cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Luke done checked
And
out.
you guys just collect them here? You collect them here? Huh. Interesting. And a cheat.
Changing. People voting. Ballot.
You can't.
You got people pulling up, right?
Damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to agree with Donald Trump, but on
Man,
this
you
one,
need to go
I
get
gotta
you some
agree with
help,
him.
brother.
These career
You're in need of
politicians,
psychological help. You're in need of a
Democrats that I've
bath.
always
You're in need
supported
of a medical
in my congressional
examination.
race, they are really cheating. One of the candidates, she has people knocking on seniors' doors, telling these seniors that they will take their ballot to the box, opening up the ballot, changing the vote,
They're trying to come up in here. The last motherfucker
and dropping it in the box.
got thrown the fuck out.
They call them ballot harvesters. I never even know this even existed. See, you know, I'm the career politician in this race. And I always said everything Trump
Brother,
says is a lie. He's making
Brother, you're
excuses.
not no politician,
But he's
sir.
right.
You've been through the ringer, man, and you need some help.
Do rig elections.
You
No,
know,
he's running
no,
He
yeah,
is
yeah,
running
see,
for office. He is running for
damn,
office. Miami, Shabaka. He is. That's no lie.
damn.
Yeah, he is running for office. He's running for Congress down there. Yeah.
Okay, well, more
They're
power to him,
literally
man.
going to seniors' house, and you can look at it on the data machine as to who voted and who didn't vote. So they're going to these seniors' houses, knowing that they do not have the resources to get in the car or the time to go and vote. So they're offering their assistance and going to these people's house. They got the money to pay for it. Guy with dreadlocks. When I get that footage, I'm going to post it.
I can't wait to see that footage.
This is bad. This is
Yeah, I like to
absolutely
see
bad.
it too, but I feel sorry for this
Absolutely
brother
bad.
here.
You got to win by cheating.
You don't know who that is?
Unbelievable. You should be ashamed.
No, man.
That's
That's
Uncle
who?
Cheddar. Remember the Group 2 live crew?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh man.
Shame yourself. You're a liar and you're a cheater.
Damn, man.
Well, this is what, the politics is all about. Y'all know how they've been cheating and doing this, and using Black people's cause and liberation for who knows what. But I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. Do you feel like the Democrat Party is going broke, or do you feel like this is just a tactic to push everybody to vote in on the right side and getting the right back pumped up? Let me know what y'all think, man. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
I tell you what I
community
think,
must
man.
have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people.
Yeah,
and jobs
like what
and
Dr.
tax
Claude
bases
is
for your
saying
own
here.
people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Now on that water test right there, do they got any way to filter that man's water, Brother Che, to get those elements out of there?
That's what he does.
Okay, all righty. More power to him. Was this the little fox from South Africa that comes up on here?
No, this is Uncle Phil.
Oh.
Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on why FBAs are frustrated with the Democrats. We still have to practice surgical voting to benefit us.
Okay, now it's gonna now you're probably gonna need a mathematical genius on that one there, Brother Che.
Definitely swing this whole state when we want to. It's just all about what we choose to do as a community. So we will get to talk about more so that tonight, and also being surgical on what we do, because we have not abandoned transaction voting, but we always have to think when it comes to that, we're not looking at parties, we're looking at what's going to benefit us as a community.
Right.
We also get into, we don't want to make the mistake the immigrant groups made, right? And the mistake the immigrant groups made was not taking it serious when they actually could have prevented some of these issues and problems for themselves. We don't want to repeat what the immigrants did, and then later we start complaining. We don't want to do that. So we'll be talking about that tonight also, ladies and gentlemen. We are still trucking along. I think it was September, as I said before. We will be dropping a new app. What else is coming up down the line? Soraya, her website should be dropping, I think, either this week or this weekend. I'll let y'all know. Soraya will have her app. Her website. So her music website that'll be coming along. Let's see where we at. We're going down. I said we're now about 60% done with the second episode of La Sherica episode that we're working on. Like I said, just different ideas pop up, so that's what kind of slowed me down. I don't leave you a comment. I don't say bad things about you. I don't do anything bad with you. I just don't watch your platform. That's it. I feel you have a right to say what you want to say. That's it. I don't have to listen to it. I'm doing my thing over here. But you have people, and I want to let y'all know this before you ever decide to.
Now I kind of resent that, Uncle Phil, and I'll emphasize on that some more, Brother Che, after you finish.
And when they become fixated on you, they get almost an obsession with you, and they'll hate your guts, but they'll watch everything you do. They'll follow you everywhere you go. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy, and so, I think maybe we need some mental. And I had talked to a sister one time about it coming through, but I didn't pursue it as much. But maybe we do need to bring somebody here to discuss those issues, because so many people got mental health issues in our community. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I think some people, in my opinion, need to be committed. Some really do, or get a job or something. Because the one thing I won't do It's like it doesn't. There's no logical reason for me to follow anybody, especially if it doesn't pay my bills or pay payroll or help me get money to purchase credits, AI credits, or anything that's going to help me bring some sort of ROI, right? If you're not bringing
which
me
is
ROI,
return
I don't
on
have time to
investment,
waste with you. I just
commonly
don't.
referred to as ROI.
But it's crazy people will invest their time that's not bringing them anything. I never understood that. I never understood it. Maybe I look at things a little different than others. You say, brother, it should be members only all the time or on the app. What are you talking about? Well, okay. Let me address that. I do it because I cut down the trolling that way. Others who stream
over here,
on
Phil,
the
we
platform,
love trolls.
I mean, sure, I could tell them, hey, everything is that. I could easily tell them that. But sometimes they want to talk to y'all in certain ways. My streams are different because mine comes through with a different crowd than maybe some of theirs. And I've seen some of their stuff when they stream, and the comments are very tame. It's not nothing bad. It really is, from my opinion, what I've seen. But mine, you have all the people that need the mental health professional sometime, and that's what the people that want to show up on mine. So to maybe eliminate some of that. Now I know even some people who's dedicated, they will still pay money. Oh yeah, they'll pay money to still be here. I promise you that. So I get what you're saying. But if a person's dedicated, they'll still pay to be on the app too. I've seen them do it with Patreon years ago. I was like, how in the world you over here? You paid to troll? I didn't realize it gets that serious. Because like if you put up a paywall, like I ain't paying you a crap for what? But to troll somebody, nah. Like I said, people really need some mental health help. They really do. And so if you're a mental health professional and you got a LinkedIn page that I can go check, and you got all your resume on your LinkedIn page that I can look at and see and verify or whatever, because that's another thing. When I make these calls,
no, don't fuck with
if you
LinkedIn.
don't have a LinkedIn page, I can't even do
No.
nothing with you. And the reason why I can't do nothing
you ain't
with you, I
doing
need to
nothing
see
with
your
me. Be
history. I need to
careful
see
of
what
those
you did. I need to
LinkedIn
see
pages.
how you present yourself. I need to see everything.
I got a LinkedIn.
I'm not gonna just bring you on here just because you want to be here.
Yeah,
This is not a
I
training
had
platform.
one. I got rid of it, man,
It's a
because they was
place
just
that
asking
people need
too
to know
much
what they're
personal
doing.
information.
So if you say, hey, I'm a mental health professional, here's my LinkedIn. Okay, let me see it and see what you got going on. But we need to talk about mental health. Seriously. That's a big hole in our community that nobody talks about. All right, y'all. All right, my ranting about mental health for a minute. All right, y'all. So let me go ahead on and run this real quick, and we'll be right back.
And H-Town.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I started doing this around the time of the last election with throwing the members only.
Yep.
And it just cut down a lot of issues and problems. And I know it's a conversation.
And you said you was going to end it after the election, Uncle Phil, and you did not do that. And then when I checked you on it, you gave me a free membership.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying there, Brother Che? That there proves my point about this, brother. I'm not hating on this man. Let's just say, man, his method of operation. I got background noise. This goddamn phone. Now hold on.
Okay.
Brother Che?
Yeah, you got some music or something playing in the background.
Huh?
I hear music in
that's
the background.
Idiot box. Hold on. Music?
There we go.
Oh,
yeah.
What about now?
Oh, it's on my end. I'm sorry.
Okay. Because I got the idiot box on, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry, it was on my end. My bad.
Okay, yeah, you sound loud and clear. How do I sound? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you sound loud and clear.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
It's a little bit more fruitful with that, right?
Oh, go ahead, Shabaka. What were you going to say?
Okay, yeah, and the only thing that I was going to say is, I don't have nothing against Uncle Phil. He's an individual, man, that sometimes I would disagree with agreeably, is because I tried to call him, okay? I got no response. I tried to email him because I believe Michael had gave us the email information on him. I got no
Yeah.
response back from him. You know what I mean?
Did you text him as well, or did you just tried to call him?
Yeah.
Or did you
Okay,
text
no,
him?
I texted him. I texted him, and he says, "This is Phil Scott." Okay, so I was trying to communicate with him, and I haven't heard nothing from him since.
In my experience with him, he watches live streams.
Right.
If you leave a comment in his comment section, he'll get back to you.
Okay, but what it is that you would have to subscribe to his page, or does he have a YouTube channel by any chance?
Yes, he has 2 YouTube channels.
Okay.
He got the African Diaspora News channel, and then he got Phil Scott podcast.
Okay, so all right, okay. If you could email me that information, man.
He got Emancipation Media. He got 3 YouTube channels.
Okay, all right. So if you could email me that information, Brother Che, in the next few days, whenever your schedule allows, I'm gonna try him again, man. And if he doesn't,
if you leave a comment in his comment section, he'll get back to you, because that's how I was able to get that membership. Because I was like, "Hey, man, you say you're going to end this members only after the election. What's going on with that?"
Right.
He sent me a message, and he was like, he sent me his number, and he was like, "Contact me at this number," and I did. He gave me a free membership for like a month to his African Diaspora News channel.
Okay, and then he wants you to pay for it after that, right?
Yeah, but then you get people that gift memberships. So every now and again, I'll get gifted memberships.
Okay, well, you don't have no problem with the gifted memberships or what have you, but I really wish the brother, would give us the respect of returning our call. You know what I mean? It's because we share a lot.
And I don't really expect him to return the call because he's super busy. He got a whole lot of stuff going on. So
okay, well, Brother Che, we super busy too. You and I have stayed up nights doing this, man, and be exhausted the next day and still go on. But like I said, I'm not hating on the brother. You know what I'm saying? I like to, to communicate with him, debate with him a little bit, have a discussion with him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because you and I both are older than him.
He's older than me. He's a few years. He's like Lady Che's age.
Okay. So which means is he's about 20 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Roughly. Say, okay, well, let's just say 10 to 20, is because I could tell a lot of things that he has discussed that I've lived through, in which he was not alive then where he made some unintentional errors. An unintentional error, man, is an accident. You see what I mean?
The 80s, baby.
Yeah, and then of course you got to consider the resources where he's getting his information from. Just like if I wanted to know about the Great Depression, I would have spoken to my great grandmother and my grandmother when they were alive. You know what I'm saying? Okay, because I remember great grandma, she lived through the Depression. And when we would run the bath water, she would say, "Don't fill it up. You're using too much water." And then my great grandmother, she had a hell of a saying, which was, "You fuck around and find out somebody haul off and hit you one, then that will get your mind right." You see what I'm saying? Haul off and hit you one. I said, damn. I'm saying to myself, damn, I'm wondering, was great grandma a fight trainer or something like that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But I do know great grandma used to play them ponies in Chicago now. You know what I'm saying?
She play the horses.
Yeah, she used to play the ponies. You know what I'm saying? Because great grandma was a young woman during the Al Capone days. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. So I'm sure great grandma, was out there, doing some things to take care of the family and things like that, and what have you. You see? Okay. Crew is saying Phil has a million subs. He don't have to respond. No, Crew, he don't. Just like I don't have to watch his shit. You see what I'm saying? It's a two-way street. They say, you know?
Well, all I can tell you is my experience, Shabaki.
I understand.
Him is through his
I understand.
section.
Yeah, I understand. You know, and then too, man, but it seemed to me, man, at least he would have had okay, if he's got it like that, Crew, it seems to me, man, he would have had a staff, you know, who would do that. You see what I'm saying? And then they would decide, well, Mr. Sankara, this isn't worth for Phil to see or review. Okay, thank you very much. But at least you're not wasting my time. You see what I'm saying? If you ain't interested, please let me know.
Try to message him in the comment section. And then if he don't get back to you, then, you know, do what you're gonna do.
Brother Che. Okay, Brother Che, I'm going to have to ask you to walk me through it. You know what I'm saying?
You just got to click on one of his videos, Shabaki, and leave a comment in the comment section.
Okay, all right. So what I'll do, I'll Google him, man, you know, on the laptop and try to leave him a comment. But I'm still going through a hell of a lot of shit that I was telling you about earlier today in private conversation, man, with this StreamYard.
Yeah.
You know, and it's frustrating. So what I did was I backed up off a minute, you know what I'm saying, you know, to sit back there, you know, realign my thoughts. Huh?
Whatever you did, it worked, so.
Okay, well, see, this is off the phone, I'm not on the computer, it's off the phone, but he kept saying, you know, your browser's blocking the mic, your browser's blocking the mic. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, when my cousin quit being mad at me, you know what I mean? Because where he's at, you know, he ain't got no air conditioning going on, you know, so he's on the process of getting that there worked, you know what I mean?
I couldn't imagine I have no AC when it's 117 degrees.
Right. And I understood his irritability, and that's when I told him, I says, okay, man, you know, I'll give you a call in a few days. But of course, I'm right here if you need me for anything. He says, I know. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and just leave it like that. But I ain't mad at Uncle Phil, you know what I'm saying? Not at all, you know. And Crew says...
What did Crew say?
Crew says, hey, Phil has 1 million subs, he don't have to respond. Crew, I know three former world boxing champions, okay?
He said that he had another comment. He has staff cool, but they don't rush him. He has entire business for years. I don't agree with him always, but he has 1 million subs. Yeah, he almost got 2 million subs, Crew.
Yeah, he's big time. Okay. I ain't mad at him for being big time, you know?
He had humble beginnings. He started off in his bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. So did we, Brother Che.
Mm-hmm.
You remember me doing my videos, man, from the BART platform at Fruitvale Station, man. The video originally was 11 minutes, man. And they cut the motherfucker down to 2 minutes, man. Hey, I tore my shit down from YouTube, man. You know what I'm saying? Because every time, you know, more people look at the videos, they'll get shorter and shorter and shorter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, it's not crazy, Brother Che. It's called censorship, man, because they did not like the truth of what was being told.
Yeah.
You see? Just like I asked them damn BART police, how come y'all didn't shoot that motherfucker Kyle like y'all did our man Oscar Grant?
When that happened, Shabaki, you can only do 15-minute clips.
Yeah, you see? So every day they change.
Yeah, back then you could do 15-minute clips.
Yeah, you know. And I was doing clips in East Oakland and all that. And I told you when I was down by the lakeshore, I'm crossing the street, a dude asked me, hey, man, did you do a video up there off of 73rd and Bancroft? That motherfucker came down immediately. And the reason it did is because, you know, I didn't have proper security at that time. Mm-hmm. Even though I appreciate the man said, hey, man, well, I did like it. You know what I'm saying? And I was getting, you know, supporters from all damn near at least 36 states. I got haters and I got supporters. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of it was supporters, you know, because the woman was saying, yeah, we appreciate what you were saying is about the work. I mean, you know, how what's his name was disrespecting, you know, the women, and then a couple of brothers out of LA, man, they hit me and said, well, man, be careful with Duke, because he does got a detail. You know what I'm saying? You know, but he says, but we feel what you're saying, and you know what I mean by a detail.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean, Shabaki.
Yeah, you say. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's get back to Uncle
versus
Phil.
just a free for all, and I like it that way. And you're right. There's a lot of unhinged people that come to, like I said, content creators deal with a lot. Y'all just don't know. We have to deal with the unhinged people, right? Trust me. We have to deal with our team, whoever has to deal with it.
Tell me and Shay about it.
It could be to a point, lawyers get involved, law enforcement get involved. It's all kind of craziness that happen with some people. So I'm letting y'all know. So you want to become a content creator? Well, you can. Let me tell you that. Well, no, I can't say.
I knew the job was dangerous when we took it, Uncle Phil.
Right. And that's why we do fair use, fair use, fair use. You see?
Right.
We cannot
because
emphasize
even if you do music,
enough.
you can draw somebody that's unhinged. So I can't even say that. If you
no,
do
man,
anything
you will
public,
draw more unhinged motherfuckers with music,
you can draw
man,
those people.
than we do
All right.
with commentary.
Let's get to the first thing I want to talk about tonight. Let me get to this first article. Talking about Texas here for a minute, and it's going to lead into what we want to talk about tonight. Okay.
All
right. So Fox 26 in Houston, this was their headlines. They talking about us. Black Texas voters favor Tallarico, but frustration with Democrats runs high. This is Fox 26 in Houston. They not focusing on nobody else but us. Like any other election, what black people gonna do? What FBA gonna do? How they gonna vote? Who they support? Who they don't support? Are they gonna sit it out? Or they gonna come out and vote? What they're gonna do? But see, even Fox 26 had to admit that FBAs are frustrated with the Democrat Party. Okay, now before I get into that particular article, and it's not even about Mr. Tallarico here for a second. The frustration is this: you have not been given tangibles, and you've been taken for granted. And the thing since the 2024 election, with the delineation movement,
right,
wealth transfer that's going on right now, actively going on right now, a lot of Black American Renaissance is happening right now. You're right. We're not going to just vote for somebody just because they got a D in front of their name. That's just not going to happen. What are you doing for us as a community? Right. We clearly see this iteration of the Republican Party clearly don't have nothing good for us in mind at all. So I just knew on a good day, my people not going to go in mass and vote for no white Republicans. They're just not going to do it. So what they normally would do is either probably vote for Democrats or probably couch. That's the only options they probably choose. They can say third party, but I don't really take third party seriously until I see them start winning elections. Then I'll take them seriously. I'm just being honest with you.
I can't win.
So that's what that is. Now I know they got the Democrat socialists now. But I don't see a lot of black people really pushing the Democrat socialists. And I know why they're not pushing them too much, because they're doing that Bernie Sanders crap. What I mean by the Bernie Sanders crap, working class, this. He don't want to talk about race. He don't want to talk about reparations. He don't want to talk about anything related to black folk at all. So a lot of black people are like, well, you're not going to talk about black folk. Well, shoot, that has nothing to do with me. Right. I'm cool, because we're not begging nobody anymore to include us. Either you're going to talk about us and include us from the beginning. Oh, we cool. We are so cool, right? We got couches. We got anything else we're doing. We don't have to show up for any of you. It's transactional voting now.
Right.
We only come out and vote when something's going to affect us and us alone. We're not voting for the rest of you. I want to let all you know. So even here in Texas, if you see black folks coming out to vote for some reason, it's not for any of you. It's for us.
Right.
We're voting for ourselves now. We're not voting for, well, we got to do this for the greater good. No, we're doing it for the black good.
Right.
That's it. Letting you know that up front. Now, so the mainstream media here, at least the local media here, understand black folks are frustrated. So now they got a brief here down here. They're talking about, just 7% of black Texas voters say Jasmine Crockett's primary loss makes them less likely to vote in November. As a small number, James Tallarico leads Ken Paxton 79% to 12% among black voters and 47% to 45% statewide. Who would vote for Ken Paxton as a black person right now?
Right.
Can I stop? I can't even get far in this article if I stop talking. Okay, all right. Ken Paxton. Hold on. Ken Paxton. That dude ain't done nothing for black people. And this dude has been so corrupt. He's been hella corrupt. I mean, this dude, I mean, his personal business cheating on his wife, but it still says a lot about your character. Like, what 12% of black people voting for them? Because I talk to black people who's in certain tax brackets too. And I don't hear them talking about voting for what black people are you talking about? Are you talking about immigrants or something? Are you talking about Sambos in our community? Who's voting for Paxton? I just want to know in our community who's doing that. I'm not telling you to go vote for Tallarico either. I'm just saying, but Paxton, no, I wouldn't give Paxton I wouldn't vote for him with a piece of cotton out my pocket somewhere. All right, so they say here fewer than 10% of black Texas voters said they were less likely to vote in November after James Tallarico defeated Jasmine Crockett. They say about the numbers, Texas Southern University, okay, TSU, shout out to them. Poll surveyed 500 black Texas voters who voted in the recent elections. The poll comes after Tallarico has faced scrutiny over his campaign's efforts to communicate and earn the vote of black voters in the state. Last month, tension rose at a town hall event in Houston that targeted black voters. Say the poll found that 70% of black Texans were less likely to show up, say in November because of Crockett's defeat, though there are some question about Tallarico's ability to connect with black Texans and win their support. A separate poll released Monday shows 79% of black voters support the Austin Democrat, while 12% will support his Republican opponent, AG Ken Paxton, and say this support comes with black voters feel the Democrat Party isn't concerned with black voters. Now, why black people feel that way? Because they're not putting out issues on the table in writing.
Right.
They focus on everything else but us.
Mm-hmm.
And say the poll shows 77% of black Texas voters are agreed that Democrats take black voters for granted. That's the majority of black people in the state that feel that way. So that's more so of a grassroots messaging, not mainstream. Right. It said more than half of those polled, 54%, said they felt Crockett's race played a very important role in non-black voters choosing Tallarico in the primary, while another 26% said it was somewhat important. They said the Texas Southern poll was conducted between the 27th of July and August 2nd. They said it surveyed 500 black Texans who have voted in at least one election since 2022. They talk about the margin of error. They say that they took a second poll released on Monday, showed Tallarico with a 47 to 45% lead over Paxton among all voters. They say Latinos is going to vote for Tallarico 57 to 38. Mm-hmm. But look at the good white people. The good white people in Texas, they always do what they do, 53% to 39%. But see, here we go again, y'all. I want y'all to see something else. The Latinos. Let's talk about the Latinos. 57 and 38%. You see what I'm talking with the Latinos here? Let me talk to Latinos here for a minute too. This is why black people can't be on no black and brown coalition. You remember the video from the Ohio Black Expo? And you remember when Mr. Sean there from the NAACP said black and brown and the crowd erupted?
Yep.
Even after Trump got into office and did mass deportations, targeting them more than any other group, yet they will still go out and vote for white Republicans who look at them, with racial lens, don't like them. And now, how does that translate to black America? Latinos is an extremely large group in this state. And yet y'all still not on code enough in your community. How do you, and I never understand this question. You relate so much to white supremacy that you don't care if your own people is rounded up. I wouldn't sit up there and be trying to side against my own. I wouldn't. But that's crazy. Latinos, I just have to tell you this. You're part of the problem politically. You're a big part of the problem. You want to say black and brown, but you don't do black and brown when it's time to go vote in that voter booth.
Right.
You vote with the whites. Yes, I know Tallarico, they say 57%, but it shouldn't be 57%. In y'all case, it should be 90%. 100% in y'all case with all the deportations. You would think that. Now, some may say, well, not all of them are immigrants. Some of them they're citizens. So they okay, but they got family though. They got friends. They got people they know. Trust me, I'm from Texas. I know what I'm talking about.
And you're married to him,
especially if you're in the Valley.
Wait a minute.
Texas, you know what I'm talking about? The Valley.
Wait a minute. His wife is not black.
Or if not the Valley, you start from Corpus Christi on down. You can't tell me you don't know nobody who's an immigrant.
She's Mexican.
You got immigrants living in those areas.
Mm-hmm.
They're there. So that's been the problem. Even when you talk about the election, right? Because that's why I got so upset about the Clyburn situation. He want to say, well, if 10% more black people came out to vote, she would have been the president. No, if 10% of Latinos would have came out to vote, she would have been the president. Stop blaming black voters. Black voters did what they did. Okay, if they sat it out, what did black voters get out of the last administration? No. We wasn't getting free food. We wasn't getting job fairs. We wasn't getting none of that stuff. So what incentive did we have to come out and put her in office? All you threw up is fear tactics. Project 2025. Oh, they gonna get you. That's just not gonna work. Right. We were enslaved in this country. You can't get no more horrible than that. You can't.
Yeah, that was some horrible shit.
We were enslaved for 250 years. Unless it was gonna put us back into that, you're not gonna scare nobody with that. The people that had more to lose are people that had immigrant ties. And it's not just one group like Latinos. There was other African groups some Africans go vote with them white Republicans too. And here's the crazy part. Y'all help me with this.
Now he's right about that.
You say you vote with the Republicans because of Christianity? Really? Christianity? Huh. How is it that the Republican convention news reports say the app that's out there for the gay men, it goes through the roof when the Republican convention? Mm-hmm. I thought that should be happening during the Democrat convention. Right? You have a lot of these dudes who are Republicans who are chasing pussy. That's not, according to the Bible, that's not what Christians do. These guys are out here supporting a foreign nation, just indiscriminately bombing people. That's against and taking lives. Isn't that against the 10 Commandments? How are they Christians? Let's come on. Let's talk. How are they Christians when they can't even follow the 10 Commandments?
Right. Well, they're hypocrites.
You shall not kill. And they'll be the main ones supporting war, foreign wars. Look at our economy right now. Look at your gas prices. And when gas prices go up, everything else go up because everything is transported by some sort of a vehicle. So they got to, in turn, the businesses got to turn that fuel cost to everything else. So the prices go up. They don't even care about you. And they surely don't care about the FBA. So help me to understand why you will sit and oh, well, they don't believe in abortion. So you only support a party because they don't believe in something that's a personal choice? Last time I checked, we all gonna be judged individually.
Right.
If a woman chooses to do that, that's between her and her God, not her God and me. I mean, look at what look. I'm trying to understand y'all. I'm just talking logically. You say you support them because they believe in Christianity. Is it Christian to close hospitals? Is it Christian to take Medicaid away from people who's sick? Is that Christian? Would Jesus take away health care from somebody? Would Jesus close a hospital from somebody? Would he do that? I'm just trying to figure out, would he do that? Would Jesus want to disenfranchise anybody for any reason? Like taking away people's ability to vote in their particular state in the democracy, right? Would Jesus do that? I don't think Jesus would do that, especially when the motive is dishonesty. Jesus would not do that. So how you support a party that's want to take things from the poor. Didn't Jesus tell us to support poor people and we'll be blessed by supporting the poor? Yet this particular party that's been in this state for 30 years, they complain about old property taxes, this. Y'all been in control for 30 years. What are you talking about? Y'all have done everything possible to harm the working class person. It doesn't make sense how y'all vote.
But Uncle Phil, don't nobody care about a working class person, Phil.
I'm gonna vote for somebody to take child care away from me. That doesn't make sense. And the thing is, you are broke. You don't have no money. That's what I don't understand. Listen, when you're a rich person, that child care and all that other mess don't affect you because you got it like that. You don't care about gas prices. You got money. You don't care. You don't care if the gas price is $100 a gallon. You got it. But the rest
I ain't paying no goddamn $100 for no goddamn gallon of gas. I'll give me 5 bus
and they
passes.
getting rich, and yet you
Which
getting
the fuck
put more
I
to
would
poorhouse.
go pay for
Some of you
$100
getting
for a
evicted.
goddamn
Some of
gallon
you
of gas for these
living on the
crooked
street
bastards.
now because you can't afford anything. But you keep voting for people that's taking those stuff away from you. I don't understand that. And it's not nothing about the Democrat Party for me. It's about I don't understand how y'all vote like that. You're not rich enough to vote with them people. You know, back in the day, they used to say that about the Republican Party. They would say Republicans are for the rich because you got to be rich to be a Republican, and Democrats for the poor. Now, the Democrats are just as much as like the Republicans now. They used to kind of be branded like that. They the same, but they just a little bit different with it. But I'm talking about the Republican Party because they are in control of the country. They in control of the White House. They in control of the Congress. They in control of all this stuff. And you look at how the country is in chaos right now. Why would you want to give people that's causing chaos more time to cause more chaos? Once again, when you're broke, you're broke. You can't miss a single paycheck or you're going to get put out. That's what I'm trying to understand. Maybe I don't know enough. Maybe I don't know enough. Yeah. Cynthia said that the Democrats must realize they don't own the black vote anymore. They don't own it. They don't know what we're going to do. Now, how I look at it, you vote your interests. I've always say that. And like in the state of Texas, I can't speak about Detroit, but the state of Texas, what all the brothers was talking about today, even in the barbershop, they're not liking what happened with this stuff here about that ban. They're not liking that at all. And a lot of people was talking about, I think I'm gonna get out there and go vote against these people. These were brothers saying that, and say, man, I don't really know getting involved with that voting, but they got to go. There's a lot of people saying that because they went too far. And now my thing is, you're not smart. Why would y'all push that before the midterms? You would think if you were smart, wait till after the midterms and then do it. But right before the midterms, now you're going to motivate everybody to come out and vote against you? That's stupid. That's utterly dumb. Now, I'm being upfront. Greg Abbott got to go. Paxton got to go. Straight. I'm talking about. Hold on, not Paxton. I'm not talking about him. What's his name? Dan Patrick. Them two. They got to go. And just because they're trying to mass incarcerate people. And for sure, who they going to target more than anybody else? FBA. So if you're a black person in Texas, FBA in particular, this new stuff they're doing, they're going to target you. Who they going to be pulling over more? You. Who the car they're going to try to search more of? Your car, to see if you got anything in there, so they can put a state felony on you, so you can't vote anymore, right? So they can put you in jail and make you a slave. By that same 13th Amendment that so-called freed us, and put you back in the plantation. In the Texas prisons, you got to work. You can't just sit around and not do nothing. My cousin that did a bid told me that. You got to work every day, and you don't get paid for it. So if you are FBA, I think that what happened with this situation, this directly, I think, affects us. Whether you smoke or not, it affects us. Because it don't affect me personally because I don't smoke. I don't.
Smart man.
do any gummies. I don't do any of that. I don't even drink like that. But I do know people who do, and some people do it for medical reasons. It's not always recreational for people. And so shall those people who are doing it for medical reasons, should they suffer? Because these politicians who's getting money from the alcohol industry, because they're suffering, because their industry is suffering because nobody's buying that crap. Well, why would somebody buy that crap, especially at those nightclubs? And that, you know, that's why I understand when the Bible teaches that, you know, when you party, basically, you're surely to come into poverty. Yeah, I get it. When you're going every weekend, you're paying $20, $30 for parking. You get a shot of some drug to drink is $17 to $20. Y'all go and buy bottles that's $100, $250. Like, you go doggone Total Wine, that bottle didn't cost that much. Yeah, you bought it because you're in that location. Then you go and buy a section that's $500 to $1,000. Like, where all this money coming from? Yeah, you go into poverty. Go put that money in some sort of investment. You'll keep your money. Eric say that's me. Well, Eric, I don't know if you're in the state of Texas or not. So I don't know what state you're in, but it's not about voting for Democrats. And I said a long time ago, I don't vote Democrat. I don't vote Republican. I vote my interest. So any election that's there, I'm voting my interest. I'm voting what's in the best for Black people, in my opinion, at that time. Sometimes it's nobody. Sometimes it's a couch. Sometimes you got to vote for whatever side you got to vote for. But in this particular election that's coming up, sometimes it's like you have to, it's like business. You got to get out your feelings and look at what's logical. And the logical equation is what's happening right now. Is it working for you? Do you want to do, at least in the state of Texas, do you want to have this go on? Do you want to be targeted by these police? Do you want to see mass incarceration of FBAs again? Because these people you got to understand, these people have a lot of private prisons in this state. And they make a lot of money housing FBAs. I'm sorry, I've seen FBAs mass incarcerated already when I was a child in the 90s, in the 80s and stuff with the crack epidemic. I don't want to see that again happen to my people. You want to talk about the single parent household, how it started, how it really got blown up? It was that crack era.
Yeah,
prior to that,
right
we had
that.
two parents in the household. We had it. Most of the friends I had didn't have no single mothers. It was mother and father in the home. These white folks came in here with that stuff and they law, and they busted up the Black family, and they left the woman there and put the man in prison. With they war on drug laws, they 3-strike laws, and all the things they were doing and targeting Black people. And these people they were targeting were people they was using.
Now, guess who started
dealers,
the trend for that, for all what he's talking about right there,
and
Check.
they trying to rehash this again, but just with the synthetic. If you an FBA and understand the tactics of white supremacy, you would say, you know what? Get out your feelings about certain things and understand. Don't be like the immigrants, not taking it seriously. And then when they start mass incarcerating and locking people up, man, we should have did something about that. No joke. At least I know on this microphone, I'm going to tell you. So you can't say Phil didn't tell you. And I'm going to tell you repeatedly. I don't want to see mass incarceration of my people, period. Yeah. Right before the midterms is pretty wild. Now let me go to this other thing here. Let me get to Georgia real quick. Georgia just had their governor primary. I want to talk about that here for a second. In Georgia, and shout out to Georgia. There's a lot of. I thank all the people in Georgia that support us on the African Diaspora News Channel app. Y'all support me so much that we have to pay taxes to the state of Georgia. Shout out to the state of Georgia, Department of Revenue. Shout out to you. But as you can see here on the screen, so they had the Georgia governor primary results and everything here. And of course, if you look at the amount of people that came out, they said it's 99% there. But Keisha Lance Bottoms got about 607,000 votes. And that's at the top of the ticket there. And of course, the other people there. So you're looking at almost, well, not a million votes, but you're getting close to it. Versus on the Republican side, now they say they're going to have a runoff with these two gentlemen here to see which one is going to be the main candidate. They go against Keisha Lance Bottoms. So more people were motivated to come out and vote on this side. Why? I think Keisha has a better chance this time. It's because the Republicans are just, they messing up. They're messing up big time, and Trump keep doing stuff. You know something Trump just did? And it doesn't make it good for the people that's running. So your boy, how many of you take you have medications, and you how many of you take generics? Any of you take generics? Like for anything? You take any kind of generics? Well, generics was created. So, you got your brand and you got your generic. So the brand may be $50, generic may be $10 on your insurance. Well, what your boy did recently, an executive order, he signs executive order, put a bunch of tariffs on the generics. He said he did it to force manufacturing here in the United States for generics. Well, we know how that's going to go. Like anything else he did, it's going to be messed off. The companies are not going to bring their factories here to America. Why would they? They're just going to pass off the tariff cost to the consumer.
The consumer,
who
right?
Needs medication. The first time he did this, it did not work. Now he's trying to do it again. So if you go to any pharmacy and here in the next couple of months, and you say, why my stuff costs as much as the brand? That don't make sense. It may cost more. We got to thank Trump for that. Republicans and what they're doing. So when he's making moves like that, you got to think about it. They're doing moves that's literally affecting the everyday man and woman. When you talk about people's medication, when you're talking about people's jobs, when you're talking about gas prices, which affect everybody, you're talking about food costs, your light bills that went straight up, your natural gas bill is through the roof, right? Everything is extremely high. We're not living in a time where it's just a bunch of financial prosperity. Now they say, well, the markets are doing great. Yeah, that's great. If you got money in the stock market, it's great for you. But what about the rest of America who can't afford to put money in the stock market? You blessed if you can put money in the stock market.
Man, you do better going to a casino, putting that money on a crap table.
Income to put on the market for years for it to grow. But that's not the story for everybody. Once again, I am not a fan of the Democrat Party, but I'm a fan of my interest. I'm a fan of the interests of Black America. And these people, look, in Texas, we talked about that today. We should have casinos in Texas. We should. Why can't, look, check this out. A lot of Texans, and I don't gamble. I'm letting you know up front. I don't gamble. I was in Vegas, a few months ago. I didn't play a single slot. I don't gamble my money. I refuse to. But if a person wants to play casino, that's their business. You shouldn't say, well, we're not going to have casinos here in Texas. Okay. And the Texas people, they drive to Oklahoma and Louisiana. So that's dumb. So you're taking money out of the state of Texas and giving it to other states. And we have a big old state that we can have a bunch of casinos right here. As long as these Republicans are in here, okay, they're not going to allow casinos in the state of Texas when a lot of Texans want casinos. Casinos bring jobs.
Well, we sure see a lot of Texas license plates out here in Vegas. That's
trust me, you get a lot of more jobs here. Why don't you? But these people are dumb. They're dumb. In my opinion, they're silly. It don't make sense. Then in Texas, you can't talk about that particular foreign nation. Talking about you can't talk about them if you're a teacher or whatever case may be. Like, look, bro, we don't need nobody advocating for foreign governments. We need people to advocate for the United States of America and the state of Texas. So that's why I always promote, get registered to vote. I didn't realize my time was run out. Get registered to vote. Have your voter registration card. Have your United States passport.
Man, the only person I'm voting for, Phil, is Jesse Paris.
And make
If
sure
I'm
to have a
able
driver's
to.
license. You can move internationally, domestically, and you can vote. And that means you can choose to vote, choose to couch, but at least you got your card
Under
when
the
it's time to
full
go.
faith and credit clause, you can use any of the
Now, let me
state
go ahead and go.
driver's
Let me
license
get
to
into,
drive in all the
sheriff
other
time, man. I realize
49
that.
states,
But
Phil.
appreciate y'all watching. Thank you, and we'll catch y'all on the next.
Okay, Brother Che. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Che is probably going through some digital
What's up, world?
situations right now.
Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Brother Che. Okay, are you falling asleep, sir?
Oh shit, he did those off.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I ain't mad at Lisa or, trying to promote her stuff, you know what I'm saying? And, but we got some shit that we need to be promoting in this world, too.
Yeah, well, I'm sharing their content, Shabaka. So if you're sharing people's content, then they're going whatever you're sharing. That's what's gonna play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, that school shooter got hemmed up.
Mm-hmm.
The son or the daddy or whatever got hemmed up.
Okay. Is this here the case, man, of the school shooter where they got the daddy getting ready to walk into the slammer?
Yeah.
Okay. And the school shooter was 14, 15 years old?
Yep.
Okay, I'm familiar with that case. Okay.
Yeah, but first we got to get to the Iran versus U.S. cyber threats to power grid.
Oh, yeah, man. That's another thing, man, because I'm thinking, man, that the problems that I spoke with you earlier today that I'm having, here with the StreamYard, man, I have reason to believe that there might be the cause of it. Because I'm following all the directions, you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like, man, that AI might be off into my computer. I hope I didn't get hit with a virus.
Yeah, like I talked to you off air, Shabaka, you got viruses, you got Trojans, and you got malware.
Yep.
To see you all. Hope you're doing well. For the last probably 2-3 months, Donald Trump has been making these threats on Iran, saying he's going to take out their bridges and their power companies over there. He's going to take them out. And he's been repeating this now, I would say going on a good 2-3 months. Well, Iran has finally responded, and they said, if you take our power out, we're taking yours out. Plain and simple. Do I think they'll make good on it? Hell yeah, I do. Hell yeah, I do. And, for probably the last 2 weeks, I've been hearing that the U.S. and Israel is coming together to do a big attack on Iran. So,
well,
Donald
the motherfuckers better not buy them pages. Remember the pages, Brother Che?
And Iran pretty much is saying you will never
have you going out with a bang,
Donald Trump is also running around here lying, talking about ceasefire, and he's starting that mess up again. Oh, we're going to do a ceasefire. Oh, it's close to the end of the war and all this stuff. And Iran said, nothing he's saying is true, And I said, how embarrassing is this? Every time you come out in the media and make some claim that Iran is begging to negotiate and all that, The next day, Iran always comes out and say, you're lying. And I know Donald Trump is not telling the truth. Iran is kicking your ass. Why would they have to come to you and beg over any reason? So, and they also came out and said they are never getting rid of their nukes. Whatever they got, that's what they're going to keep. They don't care what Donald Trump keeps saying. Oh, they can't have a nuke. They can't have a nuke. Well, Iran is saying they ain't getting rid of nothing because of what Donald Trump said. So, y'all, this ain't ending anytime soon. And I think Donald Trump knows that. And you know what happened? When he came out in the media and started talking ceasefire, the stocks went into the green. So it's also stock market manipulation is what he's doing. You can see it a mile away.
No, you're damn right about that, Lisa. War is big business.
Antithesis, thank you so much for the super chat. B1, Valdosta, Georgia. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. And Cindy Thomas, thank you for the 10 joules gold coin. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. You know, and let me just add this one thing also. If the country goes out and it's down for a long period of time, even a week or even beyond a week, America's finished. That's one thing I can honestly say. One thing COVID taught me was America is technically not prepared for anything. So if the power is out for a long period of time, this country is literally gone. It can't function nationwide with no power. It would be so much loss in the economy. It would create all kinds of income issues for people that got to get up and go to work and they're out for a whole week. You know, it will cause a lot of issues with people's pay and people's benefits that they're used to using. And even banking transactions. You know, I remember back in the 80s and 90s walking in the bank and they would just tell us the computers are down.
Mm-hmm.
And either they
I
would
remember
do it
that
manual,
bullshit too.
or they would tell us just to come back at another time because the computers are down.
Yeah, so thank Reagan for that
and you
shit.
got to think about cell phones, because you know they're gonna, if they attack the power, they're gonna attack the communication too. So this
That might be what I'm going through, brother Chad.
big mess for America, and America is never prepared for anything. These people, they just want to run everything and boast about being in charge, but they have no backup plans for anything. What is your job going to do if the power is out and you literally can't work and you're not making money? What is going to happen with gas? All of the gas pumps now work by electricity. Okay, we don't have the analog gas, pumps anymore. All of them are digital, which requires electricity. So if they do, it would be a devastating blow for America, for real. All right, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. I see the ones. Thank you so much.
Now, we're hearing that the U.S. power grid is likely going to be targeted in attacks here in the United States by Iran. Now, this comes as we are hearing that 7 states now have been confirmed for being hit with cyber attacks on water supply systems. And we're hearing this is likely Iran as well. And we have now received confirmation on 2 of those states, and who they are as the FBI is trickling out information as to who it was that was hit in these attacks. Let's go and take a look at the latest headlines coming out today so that way you can see it for yourself. August 1st, 2026, as Trump weighs Iran strikes, Tehran vows to target U.S. energy assets and Israeli infrastructure. In addition to that, coming out in the last 24 hours, Iranian lawmakers are threatening the U.S. power grid if Iran is attacked. And as I mentioned, this comes as water systems in 7 states in the U.S. were hit with cyber attacks confirmed by the FBI, and Iranian hackers are suspected in these cyber attacks on U.S. water systems.
And I bet you Los Angeles is one of them.
Initially came out, we had heard confirmation that Minnesota and Wisconsin were 2 of the 7 states. It has now been confirmed today that in addition to that, Michigan and Georgia are 2 other states. Now we're waiting to get confirmation on the other 3 that we've heard initially have been hit in this 7-state attack. However, we're hearing the 5th likely one to be revealed is probably going to be California. So in addition to these 7 states, there's saying all U.S. states should be on alert. And now we're receiving the warnings about our U.S. power grid system being targeted as well. Now, this comes as well as we're hearing that this war is likely about to escalate to levels we have not yet seen. Take a look at the latest headlines coming out. U.S. embassies are urging citizens to consider departing the Middle East. Iran's military, meanwhile, has accused Washington of escalating tensions in the region. We're hearing all of the Middle East is issuing out urgent alerts right now. And U.S. and Israel, they are preparing to bombard energy-related targets in Iran, sources say, and that is why we're receiving the threat against our U.S. power grid. They are saying, Iran, that is saying, if the U.S. hits power grids this weekend in this massive attack, we're hearing that's going to be coming, they will initiate their attacks against our cyber grids. And we're already seeing our water supply systems being attacked as well in cyber attacks. So we're hearing things are about to escalate significantly, and U.S. power grid systems are being targeted. We are now receiving in the last 24 hours this information. So I'm going to dive right in. I'm going to get you guys caught up on the latest as we're hearing things are escalating significantly today, August 1st, 2026.
The United States and Israel are planning what would be one of the harshest bombing campaigns to this day against energy infrastructure targets in Iran, and an Iranian lawmaker has warned that any attack on Iran's electricity infrastructure would prompt retaliatory attacks against United States infrastructure, saying, quote, if Iran's electricity infrastructure is targeted in addition to the infrastructure of countries launching the attack, United States infrastructure will also be targeted. Israel has been notified and is now coordinating with the United States, and Trump has yet to give the final go orders for the strikes. And Trump says the United States is hitting Iran very hard, and that at some point Iran is going to say that they can't take it anymore. And he also said that the United States just wants to win. Energy infrastructure, including power plants and refineries, would likely be targeted in this attack. And the press secretary for the White House says, quote, as President Trump said at his cabinet meeting today, the United States will win and Iran will not have a nuclear weapon under his watch.
The United States and Israel are about to cut off the power on a city of 10 million people. Full blackout in Tehran. And we've seen this exact same thing before. 2023, Israel cut off the power in Gaza. We saw it in Venezuela. We're going to see it in Cuba, and I bet we're going to see it here in the United States. Full imperial boomerang. Considering a U.S. general just said we're not able to sustain Israel in their war efforts anymore, and Trump just said we're going to hit Tehran really hard. Considering they want all of this done before markets open on Monday, I bet you we're going to see this happen immediately this weekend. And when a government pressures another government by cutting off resources to 10 million people, it has a name. It's called collective punishment. Article 33, Section 4, Geneva Convention says it's completely illegal. But when your empire is run by oligarchs, who cares? United States and Israel are about to cut off the power on a city of 10 million people. Full blackout in Tehran. And we've seen this exact same thing before. 2023, Israel cut off the power in Gaza. We saw it in Venezuela. We're going to see it in Cuba, and I bet we're going to see it here in the United States. Full imperial boomer.
Iran has threatened that if the U.S. continues their attacks, they will be attacking the U.S. power grid. There's already been confirmed attacks on our water system in like 7 states as of July 31st. So I want to make sure people are prepared for that. We have a lot of aspects of our system that are old that weren't designed with cyber attacks in mind. There's a lot of vulnerable access points. I've been working on setting up off-grid systems because I've been seeing this coming for years now, and solar is what you need and a good battery. Start small and keep building out your system. If you want a simple, easy system to start with, I recommend Jackery, one of their smaller ones, and just a basic fold-out panel. That will charge most of your devices, get you through the initial few days of a blackout. As you get more funds, get more batteries, get more panels, build out the system. I got this whole bus running on solar. Now, no matter what happens, I got everything I need right here.
The United States and Israel are preparing to bombard Iran's energy infrastructure before Monday, before the markets open. There was some discussion about trying to conclude by the time financial markets open Monday because of concern about how the bombing will affect the U.S. and global economy. And there's more. The report states that the planned operation would mark Israel's return to active combat operations following a pause during the U.S. brokered ceasefire. According to sources familiar with the discussion, the proposed strikes were reviewed during Trump's cabinet meeting today at Camp David. The reported targets would include Iran's strategic energy infrastructure, a move that would significantly expand pressure on Tehran's economy and its ability to sustain prolonged military operations. If carried out, such a campaign would represent one of the most consequential phases of the current conflict. A coordinated U.S.-Israeli effort against Iran's energy sector would aim not only to degrade critical infrastructure, but also weaken Tehran's economic resilience, increasing the strategic cost of continued confrontation while raising the risk of a broader regional escalation. Wow. And it gets worse. The war between Russia and Ukraine, too. A new large-scale Ukrainian long-range drone operation is now underway with more than 320 kamikaze drones reportedly heading towards Russian regions and occupied Crimea. Such large-scale raids have become a defining feature of Ukraine's deep strike campaign, forcing Russia to activate air defense across vast areas while placing constant pressure on military, logistical, and energy infrastructure far from the front line. Wow. We're at war. And Donald Trump doesn't have permission for the war, but yet he continues to wage it and endanger Americans and endanger the rest of the world. We have the most incompetent administration leading the United States into World War III. And to think he campaigned on ending these wars and at one point said he deserved a Nobel Peace Prize. What a disgrace.
Heads up, the war in Iran is about to rapidly escalate, and citizens in the region are asked to consider leaving immediately. NBC News has confirmed that Russia is increasing support for Iran, specifically intelligence sharing. Reuters is reporting that China is providing Iran with rocket launchers. CBS News is reporting that US and Israel are preparing for their harshest bombing campaign yet, targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. And strikes could begin as soon as today. Embassies in Amman, Jerusalem, and Baghdad have all issued warnings to US citizens in the region saying, if you want to get out, you should do so. Consider leaving now. Iran, meanwhile, says that any country that participates in this war, in the strikes on Iran that are likely coming, quote, will be engulfed by the flames of war. This war is rapidly escalating. It is not ending anytime soon. And I'll have more updates for you soon. So spread the word. And if you're in the region, please stay safe. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
Yeah, well, see, this is what happens when you have a bunch of old ass white dudes that think they're untouchable and can do anything they want. It doesn't matter. You know, yes, it's a war crime. It is. But see, the gloves will be off if they do this. And Israel, for Israel, it's nothing. Israel has done this to other countries before, taken out their power. So, you know, unfortunately, Donald Trump, he's teaming up with Netanyahu. So, Donald Trump, he's just going to go along with the whole thing like he's gone along with this war from the beginning, But my people, just be prepared. Just be as prepared as you possibly can. If you can get a generator or, some of y'all may have solar, do whatever you have to do, or make sure you have a good working grill, even if it's small, something you can cook on every day. Make sure you have non-perishables in your home. I know people are not big on canned foods, but you may have to consider it if there's no power. So if you can get yourself as prepared as possible, I would recommend you do so. We don't know what this nut job that's in charge of a war. Remember, Mr. Bone Spurs is the one calling the shot, which is scary as hell.
Right. And they called Muhammad Ali a coward.
This is where we are. They're making these threats, and Donald Trump is making the threat on a regular. He's putting it out there. Oh, we're going to go after their power, and we're going to knock all their bridges out. Okay. So, okay. And then after you do that and Iran still don't surrender, then what? Because I really don't think even after you do all of that, those folks are going to surrender. I don't believe they will. So we shall see. We shall see if they bring, Israel and U.S. go in there and try to go hard after them, like he keeps saying. I mean, I know I don't all the way believe Donald Trump, but I tell you what, Iran threatening the power grid, if Donald Trump do this to them, I do believe. I do. 100% I do. Yeah. I mean, I'm not doing bad, The one thing I do need to stock up on that I have gotten low on is my water. I need to bring in some more water. I usually keep a pretty big load of water. So, but other than that, y'all, it is what it is. All we got to do is stay prayed up with the Most High, and he's going to get us through this whole thing. He is, no matter what happens. And, if they do, it may not hit all states. It may hit certain states, but not all states. Just like with the water situation, it's 7 states. It's not all 50. So it could be the same thing with the power grid. It could be several states out, but not all states across the country. But we shall see. But you know what? Even several states out, that can be a huge toll on the country. Right there.
Yeah, because it can cause a chain reaction.
So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And be on the lookout for my upcoming lives. There's still a few that I'm working on right now. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Yeah, Brother Che, yeah, these are some very, very trying times now, people.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Barrow County District Attorney Brad Smith relentlessly questioned Colin Gray about his son's behavior. Colin's son, Colt, is accused of killing 2 students and 2 teachers, but this trial centers on Colin's alleged failure to prevent it. This state argues Colin saw the red flags. Smith highlighted Colin's own messages, emails, and online searches that revealed his deep concern for Colt's well-being and his urgent need for counseling or inpatient treatment. Just days before the mass shooting at Appalachia High in 2024, Colin asked for his sister for money to help Colt.
I'm short because of copays for doctors for Colt.
Right.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, I made that up to her.
Near the end of this cross-examination, Smith shows pictures on Colt's wall of the Parkland school shooter. Colin then admits that his son explained who it was 2 or 3 days before the shooting at Appalachia High School.
Is there any, if you can remember, any red flag or anything that Colt did that would make you believe that he would ever be capable of doing this act?
No, I struggle with it every day. You know, he's a good kid.
A few moments later.
Count 1, murder in the second degree. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, count 6, count 7, count 8, count 10, count 11, count 12, count 13, count 14, count 15, count 16, count 17, count 18, count 19, count 20, count 22, count 23, count 24, count 25, count 26, count 27, count 28, count 29, guilty. This third day of March 2026, signed for person.
In 2024, Colt Gray carried out a mass murder at his high school, killing 4 people. I know it's probably a little hard to remember because there's usually one of these incidents happening almost on a weekly basis. Well, last Tuesday, he was finally sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole plus 20 years. And a couple of days after that, his father was sentenced to 15 years in prison as a result of the mass murder that his son carried out. Now, there's been some deliberate confusion fostered by the white media on this one, so let me go ahead and explain why it is that the father wound up being charged and convicted because the white media wanted to obscure it. The father bought his son the assault rifle that he used in the mass murder. It was given to him as a Christmas gift. Now, where have we heard that before? And because accountability is a foreign concept under white privilege, the father left this assault rifle unsecured, even after he had been warned by the authorities that his son was a danger to others.
Last year, Colt Gray and his father received a visit from Jackson County Sheriff's investigators. They were looking into an FBI tip. Apparently, someone on a gaming app had threatened to shoot up a middle school. They believed Colt may have been involved. Colt's father told police he did have guns in the house. He said they were accessible but not loaded.
So, Colin Gray had all the warning in the world from the authorities, from school officials. He knew, to say nothing of his own son's behavior inside the house. We'll get to that in a minute. But the point is, this little psycho had more red flags than a Chinese parade. And yet, rather than do anything about his son, the father decided to ignore all of this. So the authorities, unbelievably, actually did their jobs for once in this case, and they charged him. People have long talked about how the parents of these school shooters need to be held accountable, and this time it actually happened. And you know what? They're right. If people are going to say that black parents are responsible for when their children misbehave, then the parents of these mass murderers should also be held accountable because they're the ones who have the most contact with these killers, and they see this mess building right in front of them, and they're the ones who pretend like it's not there, or in the case of Colin Gray, they actually help to facilitate it. And of course, this latest conviction is going to draw parallels to the parents of Ethan Crumbly, yet another of these suburban psychos who shot up his own school. His parents also bought him the gun that he used as a gift, and they too were made fully aware of the danger that he was posing. And they too, instead of doing anything about it, chose to mollycoddle him, and they thought it was all a joke, especially his mother. Well, they weren't laughing when they got charged and sentenced to 15 years in prison. That certainly wiped the smiles off their faces. And we all know the reason that nothing ever gets done about it is because the dominant society is caught on the horns of a dilemma. They know what needs to be done and what should be done, but they also understand that it's their absolute right to immunity from law that's at stake, and they don't want to set any bad precedents on that one. And they also know, well, we can't have any sort of implementation that's going to make it where our freedom of movement or that of our children is going to be surveilled or curtailed, even at the cost of our own lives. That freedom of movement is very important for them. In the case of Colt Gray, the warning signs couldn't have been more obvious, and his father's foreknowledge of what was coming also couldn't have been more obvious. Most damning of all, in his own home, the killer had made a shrine to the Parkland High School shooter. That's what he did. No joke. He actually had built a shrine to a school shooter. That's basically devil worship right there. I mean, the only thing he wasn't doing was sacrificing babies to Moloch. It would all be comical if it wasn't so tragic. See, this is the end result of a lot of things. A white media that portrays murderers and psychopaths, well, the white ones at least, as being some sort of dark geniuses, basically making anti-heroes out of them, everything from Hannibal Lecter to Dexter. Black drug dealers are portrayed as gun-carrying thugs, but white drug dealers like Walter White are just misunderstood victims of circumstance. Oh, we should find ways to humanize these guys so we can relate to them and understand them. So why shouldn't these teenage psychos who watch these same TV shows and movies with these psycho killers who are always being portrayed as some sort of dark geniuses not want to emulate them? Why shouldn't they do so? Nothing else in the society tells them that their behavior is wrong. Why stop at killing? This is racialized social programming through propaganda. But by far the main factor that allows this kind of behavior to continue is the permissive social environment that allows, if not encourages, certain demographics to engage in whatever behavior they want openly. So there's the social expectation that nothing will ever be done about this behavior, even if they kill people. That's racial immunity from law. Because we know if this Colt Gray character had been black, he wouldn't have had the chance to shoot up the school because he would have been expelled from school immediately as soon as they thought that he was any sort of threat. In fact, misbehavior would merely be enough to get him kicked out. So what's happened to this punk's father is a good thing. In fact, there needs to be a heck of a lot more of it. The white media, however, is trying to make people think that this is probably a bad thing. We should be questioning this. They want people to get nervous. What people? Oh, well, this could be the beginning of a slippery slope, and that's supposed to be scaring black people. Let me tell you something. Is there a threat of a slippery slope for black parents from this? Truth be told, if you're black, they're always trying to gin up some sort of new legislation that they can use as a clumsy front to target black people. It's a distinction without a difference. But there is a huge difference between some young pookie getting into a fist fight or taking part in some teen takeover and their parents not actually parenting them, as opposed to a suburban psycho who has never been told no, taking his Christmas assault rifle to school and deciding this is how he's going to show people that he's not getting enough respect. Because we all know that's really what drives this behavior. This is people from the dominant society engaging in ego tripping, and this is how they do it. The victims of these school massacres are mostly white children and teachers, so that's why the authorities feel that they at least need to make some sort of show of doing something about it. This is about enforcing discipline among their own ranks, because this is something that personally and directly affects them. So, of course, they do feel like, well, something needs to be done, even if it's only for the cameras. And speaking of cameras, the white media has been going out of their way to sympathize with this creep, and they're trying to cast aspersions on the fact that he even got charged at all. The Caucasian Nazi Network wrote on their website, this case is, quote, testing the limits of who can be held responsible for a mass shooting. Never mind the fact that Ethan Crumbley's folks already got sent to the big house well before this. This is not exactly a groundbreaking landmark case. And just to show what kind of slant they want to put on things, they didn't actually tell people what it was that this guy had done. They didn't tell the reader the facts of the case first. They didn't give any of that information. Instead, they start off with, oh, this guy got convicted because of something his son did, and this is worrying. I mean, this is testing the limits of who can be held responsible for a mass shooting. That's the way they chose to start it. So that's what they want to be front of mind. Well, this father, this white father, he got convicted for something that his white son did, and this is very worrying. I mean, this is testing the limits. This is probably unconstitutional, you know. They deliberately made the decision that they weren't going to start off by actually telling the reader what the facts of the case were, such as that the father gave his son the weapon that he used for the mass murder, and that his father had already been told by the police about his son's threatening behavior. Val. They instead start off by wording this as if he was just a basic, dutiful father who works hard and pays his taxes, and he got charged solely because of public outrage. I mean, he just got caught up because people were outraged, and now he's being punished too. They don't tell you what he was being punished for, and this is how the white media puts a slant on things. This is part of social programming, how they control the public mind. And that's because the white media's job is to protect the image of the dominant society, make them to feel special, protect them from scrutiny, because this case potentially has the ability to lead to a real conversation about parenting in the dominant society. But then again, if people looked at what was going on in that family in particular, it shows how warped the family structure of the dominant society is, even without the mass murder.
From what we're learning, Colt Gray's home life was fraught with problems. Police reports and court records concerning his parents, Colin and Marcy Gray, reveal a broken family. Colt living with his father, his two younger siblings living with their mother. Marcy Gray was arrested late last year for scratching her husband's truck. Then, when they arrested her, police say they found her with methamphetamines, fentanyl, and a glass pipe. She was sentenced to 46 days in jail.
So his mother was arrested for vandalizing his father's car, and she was later found with meth and a glass pipe. And all she got was 46 days. This family was a dysfunctional gang of drug addicts. At least that's what the headlines would be if they were black. But instead, all that stuff got memory hold. You see, when you're not black, when you got the complexion for the protection, the laws simply don't apply. They don't want them to either. Scrutiny means analysis. And analysis means putting some kind of measures in place, policies that can punish. So they need to prop up the lie that behavior like this is some kind of wild outlier. This is certainly not something that happens on a regular basis, even though that's exactly what happens on a regular basis. Reminds me of what they said about former Judge Aaron Persky after he got recalled for giving a slap on the wrist to the rapist Brock Turner. The white media bent over backwards and twisted their forked tongues into knots, trying to say that this white judge getting voted out of office by white people in California would somehow lead to black people receiving harsher sentences. That's what the white media was saying. So when CNN starts off by saying, this is testing the limits of who can be held accountable, yeah, they're drawing from the exact same well. Never mind that black people already get the harshest sentences now. And no matter what happened to Aaron Persky, that wasn't going to change. I chronicled for you how even after Persky got run out of office, you still had white judge after white judge steadily giving no prison time to white offenders, like the rapist Drew Clinton, among others. Even after they themselves got in trouble for doing it, they still kept doing it anyway. But this is the white media trying to draw some sort of line. But the white media understood that they were having to dig in their heels. The prosecutors were moving for the father of Colt Gray to get 80 years in prison, but the judge was all but apologizing to this creep in open court during sentencing, talking about all the things that the father didn't do.
It matters that you didn't seek to harm anyone. It matters that you didn't pull a trigger. As I indicated, all of your crimes are a form of criminal negligence. None of them require mandatory prison. I don't have a concern that you're going to commit future crimes. You're 55 years old and you have no criminal history. You didn't intend to commit these crimes that you've been convicted of. But the loss here is profound. But I still have to distinguish your acts from the malignant heart in the acts that Colt Gray committed upon the Appalachian School. For each of the murders in the second degree, I'm sentencing you to 15 years in confinement concurrent with one another. For each of the involuntary manslaughters, I'm sentencing you to 10 years confinement concurrent. For each non-merging cruelty to children, I'm sentencing you to 10 years in confinement concurrent. For each non-merging reckless conduct charge, I'm sentencing you to 12 months confinement concurrent. This is an aggregate sentence of 15 years in prison. I want to advise you, I'm required to advise you that you have certain post-conviction appellate rights. You have the right to a court-appointed attorney if you need one, to file a direct appeal or a motion for new trial. Those have to be filed within 30 days of today's date. I'll ask defense counsel to file a placeholder motion for you. If you need court-appointed counsel, make sure you
Hell, he sounded just like a member of the defense team, which of course is exactly what these judges are when the person in front of them isn't black. This guy should have gotten at least a good 30 years, but instead the judge said, well, you know what, we're going to just make everything concurrent and it'll be 15 years and, maybe he can get this overturned on appeal. He's advising this guy on what to do as if he doesn't have lawyers. So as we've seen over and over and over again, these judges are basically giving out what amounts to acquittals from the bench. When they perceive the veil of racial immunity from law that they all depend on to be in danger, they decide to just ignore the law and just rule along the lines of their own prejudice, which is white privilege. This judge is every bit as deserving of getting yanked off the bench as Aaron Persky. But I like seeing this prosecution. I like seeing this result, except for the sentence. It needs to be a hell of a lot longer. That's something that can be worked on in the future. But when these killers decide that they're going to go on their little kill sprees, dang right, don't just lock them up, lock their parents up. We need a lot more people like them behind bars. If they're going to be going after black people with these all-in laws, if every time a black person gets pulled over, if they got somebody in the car who has any sort of warrants or got some sort of priors, they say, well, the rest of you are also guilty too. All right, well, in that case, then that goes for everyone. And that's the reason why the white media is worried. There are a lot of folks in the society who look and say, hey, these killers could be trying to kill me or my child in a school next. So we don't want that to happen. The white media is like, oh, we know the slippery slope here. And the slippery slope is not for black people. The slippery slope happens to be for all of these twisted suburbanites and their little psycho kids. The next time a school shooting takes place, the first thing that should happen is the parents need to be locked up too. That's the first demand that should be made by the public. It's not enough merely for the killer to actually go to prison. His parents need to go too. Make it where it's going to be a family reunion of degeneracy. That way, these school shooters and their parents might actually learn something. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Lisa Taylor, Brian Walton, Isaac, Starlet Thompson, and Jacques Hargett. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, Brother Che, what do you got to say about that case?
I said we got breezing.
You see matching t-shirts and potato salad.
I said we got Breeze in the building.
Hey, what's up, Breeze?
Hello, Breeze. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'm glad those that Nabisco's parents got locked up.
Hell yeah, man, because, you know, that there, once again, Brother Che, as I said, that was a concept of a wasted fuck right there. They produced that savage, you know what I'm saying? And let them be, you know, held accountable for it. You know, it's because wasn't that shit that Kamala was trying to do in California?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see? So, you know, go and give them a dose of their own medicine. You know what I'm saying? It's because they figure with their white privilege that they're automatically exempt. And then, two, that's what they would call self-righteous.
Mm-hmm.
Say, they're self-righteous. They're going to sit up there and tell every other group of people what the hell they should be sentenced to, what they should be doing, but they're not taking no accountability of themselves. See, and that there is hypocrisy. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And we had rebellions going on here well before the Haitians.
Mm-hmm. Anytime black people free themselves from slavery, man, that's rebellion. You know?
And we had those going on before Haiti was even a nation.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going on to the next topic, Chewbacca, and that is the family reunions.
All right, and this is going to be the last topic for me for the evening, man, because the Sandman is starting to get to me.
Okay, understood, Chewbacca.
Yeah.
A black family reunion. It's easy to just see a summer cookout plus family, but that's not the truth. For black people, the first family reunions had nothing to do with potato salad or leisure. They were heavily funded, desperate rescue missions to piece together 4 million broken families. So join us today while we talk about the history of the Black family reunion. I'm your country boy. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at withmyhistory.com. Also, join me at my Substack. It is linked in the description below. But without further ado, let's get started. Before we talk about us, we had to look at how the American family reunion got started. It wasn't a cultural tradition. It was a product of the Industrial Revolution. Before the 1850s, families didn't hold reunions because they never left each other. They lived and died on the exact same farm in the exact same area. When factories started booming, millions of young white Americans left the countryside and flooded into the cities for wage jobs. By the 1870s, railroad monopolies realized that they could cash in on this homesickness. They started selling cheap excursion tickets for $1 or $2, marketing weekend trips back to the country. Add in the 1876 American Centennial, which sparked a massive national obsession with tracing one's family roots, and the modern family reunion was born. White families rented parks, printed out ledgers to prove their European ancestry. They had picnics. It was purely about nostalgia. But for Black folks, the first family reunions had nothing to do with potato salad and catching up. To understand the Black family reunion, you have to look at the transatlantic slave trade, because everything starts there. Between 1790 and 1860, enslavers sold more than 1 million Black folks into brutal cotton and sugar fields in the Deep South. Tearing Black families apart wasn't a tragic accident. It was a deliberate business model to break the spirits, stop uprising, and obviously make millions of dollars. When emancipation happened in 1865, though, 4 million people were freed overnight, but that freedom didn't come with a tracking system. The United States government did nothing to reunite lost husbands, wives, children that had been sold away. So newly freed Black folks went to work. They created the very first version of the Black family reunion in the classified section of Black newspapers. We placed thousands of information wanted ads in papers like the Southwestern Christian Advocate. A single ad usually costs $1, $1.50. But you have to understand that math. For a newly freed person making literal pennies a day, trapped in the sharecropping system, $1.50 was a massive sum of money. It was often more than a week's wages. People spent their entire life savings to print physical descriptions of children who had been sold away 20 or 30 years ago. They paid money, printed ads, and hoped that someone would read it out loud in a church pulpit in another state. They searched for a scar on a cheek, a missing toe, the last known name of a person that had been bought. The first family reunions weren't parties. They were just trying to piece their families back together. Fast forward to the start of the Great Migration. Between 1916 and 1970, 6 million Black folks fled the South, and they took whatever they could carry on segregated trains to Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, Oakland. They took factory jobs and built completely different lives, but the South still held their roots. They held their grandparents who was too old to make the trip, cousins who stayed to tide the land, and eventually we went back down to the South to visit. This is where the first modern Black family reunions were forged, driving back down to Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, the Carolinas in the 1930s, 1940s. It wasn't a vacation. It was incredibly dangerous. You couldn't just hop on a highway and enjoy the ride. The car gave Black folks mobility, but it also made them a target. Black drivers had to navigate hundreds of sundown towns. They couldn't pull over and eat at white-owned restaurants. They couldn't use the bathroom or gas stations off the highway. If your car broke down on a dirt road in some bumblefuck-ass town, you had zero backup. So this is where you start to see people start relying on things like the Negro Motorist Green Book to find safe houses. They packed shoebox lunches that wouldn't spoil in a hot car. They bought large, heavy cars so they had the physical space to sleep inside them instead of trying to rent a room at a white motel. They carried extra fan belts and spare tires and heavy gas cans in the trunk so they could survive the drive without having to stop. Every single trip down south was a massive risk, and it was funded by families pooling together money to make sure that everybody got home alive. So when we finally did show up in Mississippi, in Alabama, the family reunion, it was like a roll call. Before the internet, before cell phones, before landlines, this was the time of year where a fractured family could stand in one place and physically verify that everybody made it another year. They found out who got the union job up north, who had a baby, who was still trapped under the thumb of Jim Crow. But they couldn't rely on state parks or white-owned venues. during segregation, Black folks were legally banned from public beaches and municipal parks. If a family of 200 people wanted to gather together for 2 or 3 days, they had to build their own venues themselves. Because local governments offered zero protection and zero resources, families had to operate like independent organizations. This is exactly why we have reunion dues, planning committees, treasurers today. They had to collect dues all year long. They pooled their money to rent Black-owned spaces and wholesale food for hundreds of people just so we could safely gather for a weekend. And these weren't small backyard barbecues. As families grew over generations, the reunions scaled up to include hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. They rented out entire hotel blocks. Planning committee started meeting right after the last family reunion, setting up formal boards and presidents and secretaries. They built out 3-day itineraries, a Friday meet and greet, a Saturday picnic and workshop, and Sundays always ended with church service to ground the family together in faith and to give thanks for another year. Reunion committees did much more than just buy hot dogs. They functioned as an internal bank. If a cousin in Detroit was short on rent, the reunion fund could help them out. If a kid in Atlanta wanted to go to college but couldn't get a loan from a white bank, the family reunion committee wrote scholarship checks. If an elder passed, the reunion fund sometimes paid for their burial. They also use this weekend to educate the youth. White society is not teaching Black history in school. So the family reunion sometimes became a formal classroom. Elders sat the youth down and taught them their family tree, passed down work ethic and survival skills. They made the kids sit down and listen to understand Black history, to understand why we were gathering at all, to make sure the bloodline and the ancestors' names weren't erased by a country who never wanted them to know where they came from in the first place. In the end, it's incredibly easy to look at the matching shirts, the electric slide, the spades tables, and see just another cookout. But when you look at the facts, the Black family reunion is a publicly funded safety net. Every matching shirt, every scholarship check, every roll call is a direct continuation of a system that started in 1865. It was built by people who looked at a country that tried to permanently break their bloodlines and simply refused to let that happen. Thank you. This has been One My Black History. I'm your host, Country Boy. This is the Black family reunion. I went to my wife's family reunion recently, and this got me thinking, because they were talking about, just meeting and dues and money and just the logistics of getting everyone together. And it just got me thinking about the history of family reunions. Anyway, I would like to thank all my financial contributors. I love every single one of you guys, specifically my people on YouTube who sat quietly as I didn't put their names in the roll call at the end of the video. But I have fixed that now, and I'm still sorry. I'm going to apologize again, and I'm still sorry. But I'd like to thank everybody who contributes, everybody who listens. If you'd like to continue to follow me, you can find me on Substack. I'm also on IG, and I have a fairly large Facebook group. You can find me in all those places. And thank you for coming out. God bless. Peace.
For the life of me, I don't understand why you West Coast brothers out there gangbang. I don't understand how you do it. With all the racism that you experience from the Mexicans, like being on the East Coast, I've never experienced that. I've never had a racist experience with a Hispanic before, because over here in the East Coast corridor in Philadelphia, we don't black and brown bang, right? But all the vicious and vile stuff that they said. Now, I had some Mexican friends out of Culver City. I had some Mexican friends in San Diego. So I already know some of the things that they may say, because I even had a Mexican homeboy tell me one time, talk bad about Black people on the West Coast. He said, well, you guys are different. You guys from the East Coast, and we don't live around each other, so we see you guys different. We do business, and just he would talk down on them, and by the same time trying to befriend us, and that shit was confusing to me, right? But I'm saying all that to say, you got this with all the stuff that's going on now. You got this Mexican guy. He's going around saying a whole bunch of disparaging things about Black people, right? Horrible things about Black people online. And he feels as though he can say it because he's a so-called brown person when he's not, right? He's not really a brown person. He's more of a W, because, when he did his DNA, it showed that he was like 50% something small hat, right? But then the other side is that Mexican stuff. But he's been saying a whole bunch of disparaging things about us, right? And when they asked the question about, they was talking about Blueface and a whole bunch of different black people.
Okay. Can we really talk about this Blueface Jenny 6ix9ine situation, please?
I think it's necessary.
Yeah.
I think it's necessary. Yeah.
It's in the news.
Is the air conditioner down, or did we just get hot in here?
It's back up.
Is it back
It's
up?
back on. I feel like it just cranked on right now.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Can you crack that door, please?
So Blueface is just like hot right now. Like anything.
But do you think he's a good-looking dude? A black dude? African American? Booty scratcher? African American? Booty scratcher? African American? Booty scratcher? African American? Booty scratcher?
No comment. I don't really.
Come on.
I don't
There's
really
an
look at
answer.
it.
I mean, do you swing both ways? Do you like black dudes?
No.
No? Why not?
No. Pino Code 13.
Oh!
Do you think that's why everybody is mad at Jenny 6ix9ine because of that?
I mean, I'm not mad at her. To me, it's like she's getting where she fit in. To me, I mean, if you want to make money and do whatever you gotta do, because he's hot right now, why wouldn't you do some collaboration with him?
So no shame in the game. No shame in the game.
It's not. I mean, that's Jenny. That's what she's gonna do. She likes to twerk. That's her MO. I mean, what did you expect from her?
She a baddie, huh?
Yeah,
She a baddie.
She's hot.
Would you hit that?
Nah.
Okay, that's right. You said you don't swing both ways. I was trying to catch you on the. Trying to catch you slipping. I see you don't swing both ways.
But Blueface. I mean, he got out of prison and just became an even higher celebrity than.
Because he's ghetto. Because he's ghetto.
This dude, he goes on. He starts to post stuff with funny stuff with the Klan, and he posted a Clayton Bigsby picture where y'all know that was Dave Chappelle for the Dave Chappelle show. Then he started posting skits about black person hurting a Mexican or hurting a W person, echoing all the W supremacist sentiments that they say about us. Right? This guy was just just wild, man. He just coming on doing a whole bunch of nothing, right? Then he goes on and posts this where he says, "Which race always quick to cry racism while always being racist? Don't worry, I'll wait." Right? And it's Cat Williams' voice. For the record, I didn't watch this clip. A homie sent me a screenshot of this comedy. Stop crying already. You ain't done nothing for the homies. We owe you nothing. Get off my you know what. This is my whole thing. I'm confused. First of all, y'all cry more than anything. Y'all still always trying to be up under the white man's, the W man's sack, while at the same time crying about him taking your country, right? Crying about him putting you out over there in Texas, over there in New Mexico, Arizona, Southern California. Y'all been crying and complaining. Like, miss me with that bull crap. Y'all the ones that's still working in them fields and picking strawberries and all that kind of stuff and complaining. The sad part is y'all want to be mad at us and blame everything on us. Think about it though. As black people, we never created no laws to harm you. We never ever marched to get you kicked out this country. We never created laws to get you kicked out the country. But for some reason, you made us the enemy. We have never done anything to you. All that stuff comes from the W man who you desperately wants to be up under, right? Whenever there's crime, 90% of the time is another Mexican harming another Mexican. It's not us, right? So this guy, he's now going on hard times because he had something real bad happen to him. And guess what? It wasn't black people that did it. It happened amongst his own people. But yet and still, they always try to find some way to throw us up under the bus or just add us into their stuff that we absolutely have enough foundational black Americans have nothing to do with.
And it's Loca, your co-host. And we're here in K-Town, and I'm here to try the Don Chilaquiles. I heard they're fire, so we're about to find out. And I'm here with the homie Lucky, the legend Lucky. So I just want to know what's going on with the studio, man. It's just crazy what we found out, and I'm really devastated, but we're going to get back up, and we just want to know what's going on, Lucky.
Well, I'm going to leave it in God's hand. I'm going to leave it within the community of how we get back up. You know what I mean? If we see some signs in the road, or if there's an overwhelming abundance of supporters that want us to get back up and keep moving, then I'll take that as a sign from God as well, you know. But everything, like I said, happens for a reason, you know. This is a blessing in disguise. Sometimes we don't know, why certain things are happening, but I believe this is in God's working, and when he speaks, we need to listen,
Right.
real shit. Is it devastating? Yeah. You know what I mean? It's my baby. You know what I mean? It's something that I've been fertilizing for 7 years to grow, and it's helped out a lot of people, break my heart a little bit at first, but at the same time, it gave me a sense of relief to know that it's time to regroup and redirect.
And elevate, definitely. Yes.
If elevation in that space is what God wants, then elevation in that space is what we'll do,
And what I tell you last time, for every breakdown, there's a breakthrough. And I truly believe in that. Truly believe in
No, 100%. And I love that you said that too. And just to, just keeping it 100%, and sometimes loving or hating with what one person said.
Now, again, we feel nothing. That's none of our business. He read what he saw. And the sad part is his so-called enemies, these were what they call them, vatos or whatever they call themselves. This was them. It wasn't us, right? So now he's in studio making fun of black people. He got that woman on there saying that they don't like black people. Where we're not doing nothing to him. He not walking down the street worrying for his life from black people. He worried about other Mexicans. That's his issue. These people want to be honorary W folks, so they go out of their way to try to ingratiate themselves to them. The issue I'm having now is, he's doing videos from his car where he's totally devastated about losing his studio, right? And he's basically starts to give details about what happened.
With that said, love and respect to everyone that's reached out, what they love and they respect and they support for Hoodstocks, you the real ones. 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock this morning, bzz, 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 the cell phone thing, right? It's going off the hook. Trying to get my lazy ass up, open it up. I got 100 texts. Pepita's blowing me up, and the owner of the building's blowing me up. So I said, something's not right. Talk to the owner. The owner says, sir, the building is on fire. Please get there as soon as possible. Get some coffee in me, wash my balls, brush my teeth. I head over there. Place is surrounded, taped off by fire engines and spectators and insurance companies and safety building code and you name it, they're there. Talked to the police chief, the captain, one running the show, and he got my information. And basically, he said, hey, it's an ongoing investigation. They got the fire out. They got everything they need to put together to conclude the investigation. And he said something that had to do with maybe a cigarette butt in the stairwell. Started in the stairwell. Our studio's next to the stairwell. The fire started in the stairwell, went into our studio. Fire, smoke, water damage in the studio. Studio is totaled. Hoodstock studio is done with, 100% done with. They put a red tag on that shit that it's not safe to be in there at all. Not landlord, owner of the building already refunded me my deposit. First and last, all the above. Everything is done with in their Hoodstock studio is done with, man. I mean, we've had a problem with the homeless population. Sometimes we got to kick them out. Meth heads. Crackheads, them dudes that fold over like a lawn chair. Yeah, them heads. Sometimes they're just trying to get some rest. I get it, dog. I know how it is. I've been fucking in the dirt, homie. I might have smoked some dope in the stairwell too one time. I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm just saying anything could happen. Anything is possible. Anybody could have left a cigarette right there that lights a stairwell. How do you get light a stairwell on fire, dog? Anyways, that's where the fire department's going to figure that shit out, and we're going to get the report and we're going to see what it is. But as of now, I'm doing absolutely nothing, dog. I'm not overly stressed. I'm not overly anything. I'm going to go with the flow. I'm going to let God take control and tell me where I need to go. Do I continue podcasting? I continue podcasting, dog. But right now, I'm chilling, dog. I'm chilling, homie. I had a long day. I had to try to recover some things that were salvageable in there. That wasn't fun. But luckily, Playboy Eddie's painting made it out of there.
It's funny how these people like to invoke God after they do, they say some of the most nasty, vile things about other groups. And the whole thing is, it's funny, when I go to do my live streams, I never clicked on my stream and said, hey, I'm going to say racist things about Mexicans, or I'm going to say racist things about Puerto Ricans or Dominicans. I've never done that. I've never even thought about to do that, right? Because at the end of the day, as foundational Black Americans, we don't think about them like that. It's like we live rent-free in their minds, right? So now your studio burns down, and I feel as though, like you saying, well, God's going to fix it. I feel like that might have been God doing it because you're wicked. You're partaking in wicked behavior, and you're echoing the sentiments of wicked people. You know that you're wrong when you do it, and then you try to say that, well, it's all just jokes, right? Now, you got some Hispanic or Mexican podcasters that don't do that don't just go in on black people. Because this is the thing. You can have Mexican pride all day. You can have Mexican pride without disrespecting black people. I got black pride. I don't come on here and just disrespect other groups. For what? For what? What does that, first of all, what does that say about me as a man and my character to just go in on other groups for no reason at all? What does that say about me, right? That's number one. Number two, I have no reason to, right? As a black American, we got it going on. We're popular. We are the it. So I don't have to go on other groups in order to feel important. So now your studio burned down, and now you're crying. But man, listen, he reaped what he sowed, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
I don't like him at all. I thought it was funny though that man was talking all that shit and he ended up losing everything.
The nigga. Like I hate what, nigga? Yo, what the fuck? Shut your ass up. Stop. Wait, they're saying I pressed you. Didn't do shit. Hang him. His nigga. Damn, bro. Or what? Oh, you're trying to fight? I'm not trying to fight, but wait, no, you don't have my glasses. Shut up, bro. You're a nigga. Shut up. Shut up. Yo, can I get my glasses back? Can I get my glasses back? I don't care about what you're doing, bro. I don't care. I don't. Bro, all right, bro. Chill. Chill, bro. Chill.
Oh, ain't no chill, bro.
Chill, bro. Let me again. Let me again. You on that fame ass nigga? You a nigga? I'm not on the internet shit, nigga. My mama nigga. I'm not on that. I don't play the internet shit, nigga. My mama nigga. It's over, it's over, it's over. I don't crib nigga. It's over, it's over. It's over, it's over.
Speaking of these tethers, you notice on the internet, there's a whole thing now where beta males sit up and relish in being humiliated. That's a new thing now with a lot of these dudes. That's a thing. You know what? There's this streamer, what's his name? This Mexican dude who calls himself the Mexican Chud the Builder, Addy OD. I think that's his name. I'm not trying to give the guy too much clout. So this Mexican cat, he thought he was going to be the new Chud. He was going to try to get some clout by going around filming himself on the Kick stream or whatever, using racial epithets towards black people. He thought he was going to be the new Chud and get some clout. And he was on a stream and he was doing all that N-word stuff, walking up to folks, walking around using the N-word. And this fool tried to pull that down in Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen. He tried to pull that in Austin, Texas, and some brother beat the brakes off his ass. He got stomped out on his live stream real quick. Shout out to Texas. Yeah, we told you. I already told you what city that stuff, what states that stuff don't really fly in. Yeah, certain states that don't really fly in. So yeah, they stomped him out immediately and ran him up out the damn state. He had to go. He had to bounce. They ran him up out of there. Yeah, all for clicks. So yeah, he got whooped on immediately. Yeah, which, okay. Yeah, and Texas don't really play around like that. They ain't really gonna sit there and play with your ass and entertain that type of nonsense. Somebody whooped on him. Yeah. But listen, I want y'all to understand something. That's humiliation. That's like a new business model now. We're watching the rise of a new male internet personality type, the humiliation entrepreneur. So these dudes, they're not selling talent. They're not selling knowledge, courage, discipline. They're just selling their own degradation. So, you know, this cat, he understands if he walks into a public place and provoke people and use racial slurs, he'll get slapped up and punched on and beat up. Mm-hmm. So the humiliation becomes content. You understand? And then they can try to monetize it. So the embarrassment, that's the product. They look at that as, okay, I can monetize being humiliated. You know how pathetic you got to be if that's your business model? See, back in the day, man, I'm glad I came from a generation where men earned attention through excellence. Now, these dudes relish in being pathetic. Historically, man, respect had a price. A man had to become exceptional at something. A man had to become a great athlete, a great musician, a great businessman, a great scholar, warrior, organizer, provider, community leader. Even entertainers had to develop timing and charisma, originality, stage presence, or whatever. And attention was generally connected to somebody or something that was recognizable, some kind of recognizable ability. So now the internet, they've detached attention from accomplishment. A person, they don't have to be exceptional. So now you just got to be extreme. You don't have to build nothing. You just got to go out and just disrupt shit. You got to be a train wreck. So you don't even have to earn respect. You just got to trigger outrage. So you see a bunch of dudes now, they'll manufacture confrontations that they can't physically handle. And they're not talented enough to hold an audience through excellence. So they have to sit here and put their lives in danger and get beat up and smacked up on and humiliated so that people can acknowledge them. You see, that's a pathetic mindset to have. Just like this tether who called up. That tether who called up, that's a pathetic ass tether. He ain't got nothing going on. So his job is to whine to us and cry like a bitch and lie about women to us. That's pathetic. Any dude who lies about women, you're admitting you're not a man. Sitting up lying about women because you ain't got nothing going on. But we got a whole new generation of these crash outs who will do anything for attention. Charleston White, that's another one. Charleston White is pathetic. You ain't Charleston White goes out here and talks all that dumb shit and gets beat up, and he gets beat up in barbershops, and people beating him up on stage. And you go out here and talk shit, but you got one finger on the 911 button. That's pathetic. You understand? That's a pathetic existence. Yeah? And this generation, they've confused visibility with worth. You understand? See, there's a psychological problem. See, social media has created this thing where being seen means that you're important. A man can have no real purpose, no real meaningful relationships, no respect in his community or whatever, no real accomplishments. But if thousands of strangers are watching him, he can temporarily feel significant. And that's addictive. You see, the camera, it focuses like artificial self-esteem. See, without live streaming and all that stuff, they feel these guys are invisible. But when the camera comes on, they got to be loud, reckless, and talk crazy, put themselves in danger, because that gives them a temporary identity. You understand? They can't have normal conversations. They can none of that shit. Everything has to be, you got to put your life in danger. And those kind of dudes, they are very jealous of people like us who can command respect without humiliating themselves. That's why all these punks and people like that don't like me. I get thousands of people listening to me. I ain't got to put my life in danger. I'll sit here, have a casual conversation, and thousands and millions of people are interested in what I have to say. Without me talking reckless, running around yelling, shouting, and acting like a punk. Without me putting my life in danger, without me deliberately doing provocative ass, dangerous shit. Oh, they hate that. They don't like that. Because they can't do that. See, that's rare. Do you know how rare it is? I'm like a unicorn, ladies. I don't like to pat myself on the back. I'm like a damn unicorn. I'm one of the few people that can just sit up and casually have a conversation and just chop up game, and thousands of people will show up and listen. Because in this day and age, look, a lot of these streamers, they just run around doing dumb shit. I'm not really into none of that stuff that these dudes do. To me, that shit is corny. That's mad corny to me. You got to do all that so somebody can listen to you? Because you ain't got no talent, you ain't got no wisdom, you ain't got no expertise, you ain't got no game to drop. So you go out here, do weird shit, you put yourself in danger, you get charges on you. Adrian Broner and all those guys. They kind of do these streams. Adrian Broner, he was a fighter, and then he started streaming, and I'm hearing there's some charges on them dudes now with some women. Is that true? Ain't there some kind of charges on them dudes now? They out here doing this weird shit with women, and now some women have put some charges on them. It's some bullshit going on. Dude, come on, man. Yeah, dude's drunk and doing weird shit with women. You got to do all that to get people to watch you? Damn, man, that's corny, man. Yeah, and I knew that was going to happen. I can kind of see the way dude was moving, the way those guys getting drunk and they bringing all them women around. I'm like, oh, that's a lawsuit or whatever. That's a charge waiting to happen. Yeah. But this is what cats got to do now in order to get an audience. They got to do weird shit now. Yeah, it's like walking liabilities. You know? And again, that's why a lot of these folks are real jealous of me, because I don't have to do all that and I can still get a large audience. I value the fact that I ain't got to do all that weird shit. And I've been in my lane for decades. Family, I was one of the first people to start podcasting. Yep. I was in the podcast game early on, and I've always been able to just command an audience by just chopping up game and standing on business. And people can respect that. I'm a respect person. It's going to be respect with me. You understand? My thing is people going to come at me with respect. I respect myself. I ain't going to humiliate myself. And I stand on business. I've been talking the same way. If people have been following me, I've raised some of y'all. Y'all know I've been doing this. If y'all can pull up my podcast from 20 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. I got podcasts from 20 years ago. I'm talking the same game I'm talking now. I'm the same OG. I mean, some of these people, I've raised some of the people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? I don't do that humiliation shit. I ain't got to do that. You understand? That's why the Myron Gaines and those, they don't like me, because Myron Gaines, they gotta jump on women and they got to do all types of weird shit in order to get views. Sit up here doing all types of racial epithets. Get out of here, cornball. And these dudes, because they do all of this reckless shit, you can't move and shake on the streets like that. They all got to watch their back. You got to, you become a walking target. You can't move and shake on the streets like that. Yeah, you got to walk around with bulletproof vests. And come on, dude. But understand, man, the internet allows cowardice to disguise itself as courage. A lot of these dudes kind of try to present themselves as fearless because they go out here and try to provoke strangers. That ain't courage, because yeah, a lot of them got police on speed dial. We see what happens the minute somebody presses them, they get to yelling about the damn police, come help me. Just like this Mexican dude who went and got stomped out, running around yelling the N-word, and immediately got stomped out and started running. Charleston White does that too. He talks all that tough shit, and then when shit gets heavy, he runs to the police. He's one of them police pimps. That's what they used to call him back in the day. That's a police pimp. Provoking shit and then running to the police. Just like Chud the Builder. When Chud the Builder, some real cats out there caught up on his ass down there in Nashville. He was over there in the trenches trying to get some gas, and some reputables ran up on him. He yelled on the phone to the police because somebody else had some weapons on them. They were like, yeah, I got weapons too, so what's happening? You see? So yeah, these dudes are not courageous. Yeah, running around here yelling and talking crazy with your finger on the 911 button, that ain't bravery. Bravery is when you accept danger for a meaningful purpose. Yeah, y'all just accept danger for clicks. A civil rights activist risking his safety to challenge injustice, that's courageous. A firefighter running into a building, that's courageous. A man defending his family, that's courageous. A man defending his community, that's courageous. A man running down on the police and checking prosecutors and getting folks out of jail, which is what we do, that's courageous. Just screaming reckless shit on the internet because you're trying to get some viral footage, that ain't courageous. Because when shit gets hot, you hop on the phone to the police, you're not courageous. You understand, a lot of these dudes, man, they're products of social isolation. These are dudes, man, without the internet and them doing all that bullshit, they are invisible. They are literally nobodies. They ain't got no talent. They ain't got no skills. They are nobodies. You got to do dumb shit in order to get people to look at you. That's a shortcut. Instead of going out here and getting some life experiences and giving some game based on your life experiences, which is what wisdom is, you're like, let me take a shortcut. If I just do something stupid, I can get somebody to watch me. Yeah. So these guys have used humiliation as a business model. Yeah. They got this mindset that any attention is good attention. See, we're dealing with people who think being known as a loser is still a step up from being completely unknown. See, the silence of irrelevance, that's scarier to them than the sting of a physical altercation. Because if you get beat up, you can still get attention. That's why these dudes get beat up and be on the internet. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Dudes out here getting beat up and slapped up and dude. And then they try to use that as content. Again, I'd have been in court with these dudes, literally crying about me beating up on them and smacking them up. I'm like, well, it's some real different niggas out here. It's a whole different form of bitch ass dudes out here. I wasn't around these kind of cats when I was out here. It's a whole different vibe now. Yeah. These dudes relish in being emasculated. Yeah. The clout is a drug to these dudes. They'll do anything for clout. There's no code of conduct. So I'm from an era where there's a code of conduct with men. It was about respect. To be a man, it was about having boundaries, people respecting your physical space. Man, these dudes, they've abandoned that code because the internet, they reward shameless punks. They reward that shit. So there's no immediate community enforced consequences for these dudes if they lack dignity because they're online all the time. See, online, that's like its own little community. You can monetize that and just become a humiliated punk, and you can still make a couple of bucks. Now, when you hit the streets, you're in danger. That's why these dudes, the minute they try to go outside, shit goes left for them. Mm-hmm. But it's a whole new vibe and a whole new game out here, man. It's a whole different thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
And thank goodness I come from another generation. Man. Yeah, the white tea people, yeah, they're the kings. But the white tea people, they've always been cowards like that. The white supremacists, they've been cowards like that. They've always been cowards like that. We, on the other hand, we've known better. You know, to be a man is all about standing on business. We knew not to take on their characteristics of cowardice. But there's a whole plethora of people who take on that shit. All right, let me get some family in here. All right. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands. Let's get y'all in here. Throw them hands up. Let's talk to you. All right. Right, somebody hit it right on the money. Too clever, too smooth. Yeah, we grew up outside, and that's the thing, man. Yeah, I come from a generation where, you know, we didn't have the internet. I came from a generation where we did not have the internet. In order to socialize with people, you had to go out here in the streets and interact with people. You had to physically be around your peers.
Yep.
And we have those parents, remember, who made us go outside. We couldn't stay in the house. Our parents, listen, as Gen Xers, our parents made us take our ass outside. We couldn't just lay all up in the house and shit.
Mm-mm.
That wasn't an option. And mom and them, hey, go outside. Go outside and get some sun.
Mm-hmm.
Go outside and get some air. They made us go outside.
Yeah.
You understand? And if there was an altercation, we couldn't run in the house and be on no motherfucking internet or just hide in the house. We couldn't do that. We couldn't go hide and mama, they about to get me. Nigga, do you, my mama? Get your ass outside and throw them things. Our parents made us get outside, and you better handle that. We come from a generation where our parents wouldn't let us be no damn punks. You dig? We couldn't be punks at all. We had to go make it happen. But it's a lot of them. Well, you start fighting a lot of them. He bigger than me. Go pick up a stick. I'm telling you, our parents made us do that, man. And here's the thing. Some of the people that we thought, we ended up becoming very good friends with. One of my best friends growing up was the cat that I fought. We were fighting each other, and we became friends. We started a damn rap group with each other. We became friends. You know? Y'all think about growing up, some of the people that became your best friend, you were fighting their ass at first, and then y'all got cool, and then y'all started hanging out.
Okay, crew. Thank you for coming.
That's how the game used to be back in the day.
Yeah,
it was a respect thing. If you stood up to cats, you got respect. Yeah?
Yeah.
You had to stand up for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you got respect. If you took an L, you take an L, but you still stand up for yourself. Now we just got dudes who hide like bitches, cry like bitches. Man, it's a whole different game, man. And I know a lot of you are tethers. Right? And y'all come from places where you've been punked out and you have to flee and all that shit. I get it. But yeah, our parents made us get up out that house. You couldn't run in the house scared, talking about somebody about to do something to you. You had to go out there and handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you couldn't be out talking all reckless to cats. You couldn't be out in the streets running your damn mouth. Yeah, all that internet e-banging shit. That don't work in real life. That's why it goes left. These dudes, that's the thing. The internet has created Twitter thugs and e-gangsters. If you talk reckless like that in the streets, you better stand on it. And these dudes can't stand on it.
Right.
You can't stand on that. You know good and well you can't talk all that reckless shit in the streets to dudes. Yeah? You see? Man. Yeah, hold on. Tether, you're not gonna, you either get on, you're gonna say what you need to say, or you're gonna get blocked. You're not gonna do that. And you're that Earth Speaks dude. And I know you're the Earth Speaks. Get on, dude. You're not gonna sit here trolling. I'm gonna block you. I know you that old dirty mouth Earth Speaks dude. Well, I'm just gonna block you. Just get on your other thing, because you're not gonna sit here trolling. I'll just block you right now. That's one of these punks now. You're not going to sit here just saying reckless shit. Yeah, you're not going to do that. You're going to have to call up and stand on business, sir. That's what you're going to have to do.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. That soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. There won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every time. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Oh, baby, try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work.
Like a 90s R&B video. Lord.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
The last topic is Tuskegee bans, Bonnets, and Durags. Will it matter?
I heard somewhere that the HBCUs are supposed to be where the best and brightest of Black America come from, the future leaders of Black America. Well, that explains why the community has so many problems, and the so-called leaders have been completely useless to address them. News is that Tuskegee University has put in place a new dress code that's going to ban bonnets, durags, bedroom slippers, pajamas, and revealing clothes in public campus areas, and also require that the students wear professional attire for meetings on campus, etc. Clothing should fit properly and not expose undergarments or other private areas. Excessively short shorts, swimsuit bottoms, bodysuits, sleeveless undershirts, and similar casual garments are not appropriate for professional classroom settings. T-shirts worn as dresses and sagging pants are not permitted. Baggy or loose-fitting pants must be worn with a belt that fits around the waist. Now, these rules have been put in place by retired Air Force Major General Dr. Mark Brown, who is the president and CEO of Tuskegee University. President Brown said Tuskegee University continues to prepare the best and brightest for a lifetime of success. The best and brightest, he says. So I guess the best and brightest don't have any better sense than to wear hood rat attire on what's supposed to be a university campus and to emulate the very hood that they're supposed to be trying to elevate themselves from. And the brightest are apparently so dim that they thought that this was okay. Well, I guess that's what counts as best and brightest around Tuskegee. Typically, people don't come up with rules and dress codes unless there's been a number of people who have been running around doing this stuff for a while. It kind of reminds me of the Houston Rodeo. Apparently, a bunch of unemployed strippers and OnlyFans models trying to drum up some business came through there wearing their skank attire, and they had to institute a dress code for that one too. The real issue, though, with these HBCUs isn't so much that Tuskegee is banning bonnets, durags, and pajamas. The real question is, one, why did they allow all that casual hood rat wear on campus in the first place? Because this is not some new thing. It didn't just happen this year. It's been going on for a while. And two, why is it that these students who are coming to these HBCUs thought that bonnets would be acceptable, that durags is what you're supposed to wear on a college campus? What kind of students are these admissions boards accepting? Probably the same kind of people who let this mess go on for so long. This is not a case of ghetto culture infiltrating the Blacc Academy. Unfortunately, this is just the situation becoming so egregious that it simply couldn't be ignored or downplayed any longer. And we have to wonder, how do the faculty at Tuskegee University dress? How do they carry themselves? What I'm saying is there's probably a very good reason why so many of the students have felt like they could dress any old kind of way. The HBCUs have a reputation. Unfortunately, it's not a very sterling one. You can go all the way back to Spike Lee's movie School Days if you want to get a taste of that. Yeah. And the faculty in these places, they don't command the respect or even consideration of the students. These kids don't look up to the staff there because there's not much respect worthy about most of them. People have said that the entire point of going to college is to prepare you for the real world, but let's be honest. Since when have these HBCUs been preparing graduates for anything other than being useful cogs in the machine of white power? And to think this is what makes them winners, apparently this is what makes them successes. See, this is why I have no respect for the roly-polies and the Kamala Harrises and these other boule bootlicks and the rest of the untalented 10th. Because clowns like Roly and Kamala are exactly the kind of people that these places create, the very kind of places that they generate and send out into the world to wreak havoc against the Black community. These people went to these HBCUs as party schools. Everybody knows that. And because for some of them, they were looking to be auxiliaries to white power. Hell, you got people like Justin Pearson, who didn't even go to an HBCU, but you could tell this dude, he was eager to go ahead and apply for that job. White supremacy recruits a number of its bootlicks and tools from these very places, and the individuals who go to these institutions of lower learning already know that before they get there. Same way that so many of them would sell their own mother into slavery just to make it into Harvard or Yale, because the real education that you get in these places is on how to network with the right people who are in the circles that you want to be in. But that's not the only embarrassing headlines coming out of the HBCUs. Over at Howard University, which is Kamala Harris's alma mater, the school had a surprise unenrollment for over 500 prospective students. The school says that these students had missed their tuition payments or other financial obligations that were supposed to be in place prior to them starting their classes, and that July 10th was the cutoff date and that it was set in stone and couldn't be moved. Now, of course, when something like this happens, you're going to have a lot of upset students and even more upset parents. Normally, I would wag my finger at the would-be enrollees and say, you should have made sure that all of your financing was in place prior to starting class, and that means working with the university staff and making sure with them that all of the financial aid was in place first. But the problem is that as carelessly as Howard and these other HBCUs do everything, especially regarding money, do you really think that people take deadlines there seriously? Because at last report, right after this scandal broke and there was all of this internet furor about it, you had the interim president of Howard University announce that, well, they were now going to reinstate over 200 of those students who they had unenrolled. Even though it's well after the July 10th deadline, they said, well, apparently some people were able to come up with documentation and, well, they didn't want to seem to be hasty about it. So these guys went from you guys are late to, well, on second thought, July 10th isn't set in stone afterwards. Now, that's exactly the kind of organization and punctuality that I expect from the best and brightest. Now, of course, people are going to say, well, this is how they make their money, so it makes sense that they take a hard line on this, right? Well, I would agree with you that it would make sense, but this isn't the first time that Howard University has been in the headlines because their money wasn't coming right. Remember back in 2018, the scandal that blew up because the university's funds were going missing? It turned out that a half dozen financial aid employees had been embezzling hundreds of thousands in aid and pocketing the money. You know, every time we look up, these clowns seem to have some new scandal or other going on, some sort of grand scale dysfunction that they're embroiled in. Money's missing. Nobody knows where it went. They're accepting hundreds of student applications and then turning right around and saying, psych. Remember, these are the Negroes who try to convince the rest of us that they're the best and brightest that Black America has to offer, when in reality, they're the most disorganized and least intelligent. And I'm talking about the faculty here, not the students. And while every college and university has the occasional student who defies decorum and the occasional employee with sticky fingers, there's a reason that these other universities and colleges don't have the kids thinking that they can even set foot on campus looking like a dusty or a hood rat. The problems start at the very top because it's the so-called leaders of these universities who are supposed to be setting the tone for everyone. They're supposed to be the ones who everybody takes their cues from. Except that's the problem. That's exactly what they've been doing. The ratchet character of the administrators is what attracts these kids with no home training. They recognize that HBCU is basically half a rung above community college. Why take the place seriously? The people who run it don't.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
What is there prestigious about an HBCU now? In historical terms, they had value, mostly as incubators of culture and philosophy, but let's be honest. That era of the HBCU passed so long ago that at this point, it's not even worth a discussion. When they started letting in clowns like Roly-Poly and Kamala Harris, when they started making it where these were the people they were trying to promote as black intelligentsia, that was a wrap right there. They were done. A number of you are parents. Many of you have children who either went to college or you're preparing to send your kids there soon. Now, how many of you, if you had your choice of where to send your children, would want them to go to a Howard or a Tuskegee? I noticed a number of the young people who said that they wanted to go to these HBCUs claimed that the reason for it was they feel, or at least they said they feel, that there's some sort of authentic blackness or other that they feel is being maintained by going to an HBCU. That's a nice sentiment. But unless these places change their internal culture, then a dress code is merely putting a Band-Aid over a gunshot wound. Now, in closing, is this to say that bonnets and durags are bad in and of themselves? While I consider both to be unnecessary, I won't say that their mere existence is evil, but the problem is that these people who are wearing them as if they're basic outdoor apparel, they are a problem. Bonnets are for indoor wear, just like pajamas. These are people trying to take laziness and turn it into a virtue of some sort, taking being a slob and slovenly and claiming that it's fashionable. Just because their parents were too lazy to teach them any better doesn't mean the rest of society will play along with it, though it did mean that Tuskegee University played along for a while. Bonnets belong in the same category as hair rollers. And let's be honest, if bonnets didn't exist, these bottom feeders you see running around in public with bonnets would be wearing hair rollers instead. And running around wearing your pajamas in public, who the hell does that? And wearing durags is something that street dudes and wannabe neighborhood tough guys do. Since when is wearing a durag something that you do on a university campus? How the hell are you supposed to be thuggin' when you're on your way to Chemistry 101? When the gutter and the academy occupy the same space, it's a foregone conclusion that the academy will be perverted and destroyed. Because it's a lot easier to destroy something than it is to build. And it's far harder to maintain something than it is to let it fall into disrepair. This is what the incompetent so-called leaders of these HBCUs have done. That's why this has been going on. And the only reason Tuskegee's saying anything now is because they're embarrassed. They would have continued to do nothing if they couldn't have got away with it. The practice of taking lazy hood rat culture and exporting it into the outside world means that Black society's culture becomes compromised. Part of being an ordered and structured society is that you know what is and what isn't appropriate. When anything goes, that's not self-expression, that's chaos. Now, these hood rats and hood dudes who engage in this stupidity, they like disorder and chaos because it allows them to act any old kind of way. To them, that's normal. But for the rest of us, we recognize it as anything but. And these so-called universities, they're supposed to be historically Black. What they're showing is that for them, they don't really have any standards. They don't enforce anything. These guys are not the incubators or the guarantors or the defenders of Black culture. These sorry, untalented 10th types were claiming that the HBCUs were going to educate the world. Well, in a way, they were right. Unfortunately, the only thing they're teaching the world is how little they know. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Burkett Cochrane, Ikekas Dorset, Mark Brown, Michael X. Anderson, and James Hampton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, y'all, that's all we got for you. Going to sleep now. Lord knows I need to go sleep. But appreciate y'all tapping in. Shout out to Crew for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for Shout out to Sister Val for coming through. Shout out to Queen Sheba for coming through. Shout out to K-Bot9 for coming through. Shout out to Shabaka for coming through. Shout out to Max 285 for coming through. And of course, Lady Che. You have anything to say on the way out, Lady Che? Oh, James, Life Crisis. Appreciate you tapping in too.
I don't wear a bonnet. I don't wear a bonnet or rollers, anything like that when I go to sleep. Or like, out in public.
Right.
At home and stuff, I might wrap my shit up, because like the top might get frizzy or something like that. A bit, Oh, what outside, like I was kind of taught that you had the indoor outdoor clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't do stuff like that. You didn't wear your stuff that you tied up your hair with outside in public.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like pajamas. You don't wear pajamas outside either. Or pajama-esque things like, Christmas pants and shit like that.
Right.
Those are considered pajamas. That's how I was taught.
Yeah.
So like the little funny looking pants that got shit all over them, like little designs and stuff. I was taught those are like pajama pants that they wore in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even do it. Like, you're not even supposed to be doing videos with that on, you know what I mean?
Right.
And we had to set a whole level, which is, it's not even, it's, the bar was set. Whoever knocked the bar down and decided it's comfortable in pajama wear and you do videos laying on your bed and just, with your hair wrapped up and all this stuff is like, you just take it to a whole new level. It's one thing if you wrap your hair up in a pretty little scarf or something like that. It's another thing that you're wearing a bonnet.
Right.
It's like a shower cap.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Just saying, there's one thing, like I know, men got shower caps, we got shower caps.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? To keep your hair dry and stuff like that, so you're not, wetting your style down or whatever. But it's another thing that you wore your shower cap. That's what I thought it was,
Yeah.
Unless you were doing some waves, you had a shower cap for men. Right?
Shower cap or a durag.
Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? The women, you just tie their hair with scarves and shit. I don't know, man, but I just know that we didn't wear them outside. And if we did, you took that shit off in the car.
Right.
Before you got out of the car.
Right.
To go to the store and shit. Now it's like
oh my God, it's just
pajama pants, bonnets, and full face of makeup. You see what I'm saying? And I was like, man, what the fuck? You did the makeup part. You couldn't put no, regular clothes on. Like, I mean, you're already wearing like pants and a shirt. You could just swap out for like some jeans and a t-shirt or something like that, and you can take that shit off your head. Because that's like you're you know what I mean? It's like nobody knows. It's like nobody should know what your underwear is.
Right.
But now everybody knows. So it's like, and it needs to be like so.
Bree said, Lady Che shutting you up.
Like so and so adamant about it. Like, can't nobody correct you on your bonnet and the use of it in public spaces, and that includes videos, dude.
Right.
Videos include public spaces. Like, I be scrolling through the videos and I be like, man, I don't want to see this shit. Like, I don't want to hear it. Because I just automatically think it's going to be some ignorant shit.
Yep, that's true. We covered Blackwell. Shout out to David Blackwell.
Yeah. I automatically think it's going to be some ignorant shit that's coming out, or some lazy mess. Which is really, really bad. It's like a stereotype, you know what I mean? But I automatically go there with my brain and I have to follow through and listen to it. And I'm like, nope, I didn't learn shit. I wasn't wrong. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about, but It's just like I
don't know.
if I don't like it, I wouldn't do it.
The more I see it online, the more I see it out in the street. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Right, that part too. And then like, like we used to clown men who wore bonnets. Now we don't clown them at all. Now they say, oh, this is a long one for our locks. Sure, guys, sure.
Oh no, they still get clown. You look like fucking
like
what is the damn name of that damn chef on the damn box? You look like him with that shit on. Like what the fuck?
I just think that it's a bad look altogether. But now like, what I mean? It's almost like you can't tell anybody anything because it's been going on for like what, 3-4 years?
Yeah, we're talking about bonnets, yeah.
You shouldn't be wearing them on camera or outside. Really, I mean, honestly, like, same thing with pajamas. Like, you see people just go out and, like, leave the house with pajamas on. I mean, this time's where I should go to work, but I can't go outside in pajamas, no matter how lazy I am.
Right.
Or how fucking I don't want to put. God, I hate getting dressed.
Exactly. They're like a Swedish chef with them from the Muppets. That's exactly what they look like, Breathe. Lord.
Yeah.
And they got different colored bonnets now. That shit is ridiculous.
With the men?
Yes. The men and the women.
Men, the women is women's trying to, it's whatever. Women should have multiple colors of everything. But men, like, you should be wearing that. A shower cap is one thing. A bonnet is a whole separate thing. You know what I mean? They make durags for locks. Look at bedtime.
Yeah.
You know? But I'm saying you ain't in no bonnet.
Right.
That's a masculine durag.
Right.
That's a long ass wig.
His locks go all the way down to the floor.
Yeah.
I saw a chick in a bonnet yesterday. She was a teller though. Yeah. Oh my God, this shit is ridiculous. I'm so sick of seeing our people wearing bonnets outside. Jesus.
I can see like maybe wrapping it up because the weather, like I said, the weather has been kind of unkind to us like over the last couple weeks. You really use a lot of frizz and drying your shit out, you know what I mean? So it's been really unkind, really unkind. I can see us covering it up, wanting to like just get on with our business, but to the extent, you know what I mean? Like to a point. Because you should be able to just wrap your shit in a nice little scarf, something real pretty, and just keep pushing throughout the day. Shit matches your clothes, you know what I mean? You went to work, and you got motherfuckers go to work, and in home health care, they're wearing bonnets.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Or the medical care, and they're wearing bonnets, and they get away with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas it's just like I don't know. I just think we deserve to treat ourselves better. You know?
It's like become the fashion statement of this era. Like Jesus Christ.
It's not even a statement. It's like just utter laziness. Like you wear your Christmas pajamas outside.
That too. I'm sick of seeing that shit too. What the fuck was that? I hope that's a fly.
Yeah, like for example, the chick that comes to did political theater and she had a pajama.
Oh my God, that brought
her and like two other people in that little group at TJ, which I think is TJ's when like I don't know, man. We get like two pairs of pajamas, but when we did have them, they had little stuff on the bottom to give it a back shirt.
Yeah, Breeze is a gamer crew, so yeah, you definitely hit him up with that information. I'm a gamer too. I just don't have no counsel. But all right, thank you, Lady Trey. We're gonna wrap this thing up at exactly at the 5-hour mark. I appreciate everybody that tapped in. We'll see y'all Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays. Lady Trey will probably do an RBA today. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. And we will see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Oh, thank you, crew. Tank Crewman and Lady Chase on enough from the Mile High incoming illegal one. Good for let's see. Let's see y'all later. Peace. Let's see what.